After my husband forgot our anniversary for the third year, I let him discover what forgotten feels like. I'm 35, and I've been married to my husband Mark for 7 years. 7 years of me planning elaborate anniversary celebrations, while he can't even remember the date. I'm not talking about him being a few hours late or forgetting to make reservations. I'm talking about complete radio silence. No text, no flowers, no sheepish, "oh no, I messed up" moment. Just nothing. Let me back up so you understand how we got here. For our first 6 anniversaries, I went all out. I'm talking fancy restaurants with months-long waiting lists, thoughtful gifts that showed I actually listened to him throughout the year, even recreating our first date one year down to the exact restaurant and outfit I wore. I put thought and effort into making each anniversary special. Because that's what you're supposed to do, right? You celebrate the commitment you made to each other. Mark's contribution? Forgetting. Every single year. And I don't mean in a cute, "oops, I'm so forgetful" way. I mean in a, "I genuinely have no idea what day it is and won't realize my mistake until you're crying about it" way. His excuses rotated like a broken record. Work was stressful. He thought it was next week. It slipped his mind. One year he blamed it on a big project deadline. Another year it was because his fantasy football draft was the same week and he got distracted. And like an idiot, I forgave him every time. I made excuses for him to our friends. I told myself he was just bad with dates. I convinced myself that some people aren't wired to remember these things. I tried harder the next year, thinking maybe if I dropped enough hints or sent enough subtle reminders, he'd finally step up. He never did. But the anniversary thing was just the tip of it. Somewhere along the way, Mark stopped asking about my life altogether. He doesn't ask how my day was. He doesn't remember the names of my coworkers, even though I've worked at the same company for 4 years. When I talk about something stressful at work, he nods while scrolling through his phone. We became 2 people who live in the same house and occasionally have conversations about whose turn it is to take out the trash. So when this year's anniversary rolled around, I was done. I woke up that morning and decided I wasn't going to be the only person in this marriage who gave a damn anymore. I didn't plan some elaborate test or set a trap. I just decided to match his energy for once. I went about my day completely normally. Made coffee, went to work, came home. Mark did the same. He kissed me goodbye that morning the same way he does every morning, this distracted peck while checking his email. He texted me around lunch asking if we needed milk. That was it. Evening came and he walked through the door at his usual time. He asked what was for dinner. I told him I was thinking pasta. He said, "Sounds good," and went to change out of his work clothes. We ate dinner on the couch watching some crime documentary he'd been binging. He fell asleep halfway through episode 3. I sat there watching him snore with his mouth open, pasta sauce still on his shirt, and realized he had no clue what day it was. 7 years. 7 entire years of marriage, and the date we got married doesn't even register as important enough to remember. That night, lying in bed while he snored beside me, I decided I was going to teach him a lesson. Not in a "let's talk about our feelings" way, because we'd done that after year 1 and year 2, and clearly talking didn't work. I needed him to actually feel what I'd been feeling all these years. 2 weeks earlier, I'd gotten a promotion at work. A big one. The kind that came with a significant raise and a new title and actual recognition for the 60-hour weeks I'd been putting in. I'd mentioned it to Mark, exactly once. His response was, "That's great, babe," without looking up from his phone. He never asked about it again. Didn't ask when my start date was. Didn't ask if we should celebrate. Didn't ask anything. And that's when the plan came together. 2 days after our forgotten anniversary, I told Mark I was having a casual get-together at our house that evening. Some friends coming over, nothing fancy. He barely looked up from his laptop. "Sure, whatever," he said. "I'll be home by 7. I spent that entire day preparing, and I couldn't stop smiling. I ordered catering from this upscale Italian place downtown, set up candles everywhere, bought fresh flowers for the dining table and the entryway. Our living room looked like something out of a magazine. Mark would walk in expecting pizza and beer with a few buddies, and instead he'd get the full anniversary treatment he never bothered to plan himself. The genius part was the guest list. I invited our closest friends, the ones who'd watched me try to cover for Mark's forgetfulness year after year. I told them exactly what was happening. This wasn't a belated anniversary party. This was a celebration for my promotion. And it was also a lesson. Every single person I invited knew the real reason they were there. Mark got home at 7:15. I heard his car pull into the driveway and felt this surge of adrenaline. He walked through the front door and just stopped. I watched his face cycle through confusion, then panic, then this look of relief that made me want to scream. He thought I'd set up a belated anniversary surprise. He thought I'd once again smoothed over his screw-up and made everything nice for him. Our friends were already there, all dressed up, holding wine glasses. The dining room table was set with our wedding china that we never use. Candles flickered on every surface. It looked romantic and special, and like someone had put actual thought into the evening. For about 30 seconds, Mark looked like he'd gotten away with something. Like he could just slide into this party I'd thrown and pretend he'd been in on it all along. Then I made the toast. I stood up with my wine glass and thanked everyone for coming to celebrate something truly important to me. I watched Mark's face as I talked about my promotion, about the project I'd led that brought in a major client, about the raise and the new title. I thanked each friend individually. Sarah, for listening to me stress about the presentation for weeks. James and his wife for the advice about negotiating my salary. My college roommate Lisa for driving 2 hours to be there. I talked about how meaningful it is when the people in your life actually remember what matters to you, when they show up for your wins and your losses, when they pay attention. And then I very deliberately did not thank Mark. I didn't even look in his direction. I raised my glass to remembering what matters, to the people who actually show up, to celebrating the achievements of the people you love. The room got quiet in that uncomfortable way where everyone knows something intense is happening, but they're not sure if they should acknowledge it. A few of our friends glanced at Mark. Sarah actually looked like she might cry, but they all raised their glasses and drank. Mark sat through the entire dinner barely speaking. He answered when someone asked him a direct question, but otherwise he just sat there with this expression like he'd been slapped. I was the center of attention all night. People asked about my new role, congratulated me, told me they were proud of me. I laughed and smiled and soaked it all in. Mark was effectively invisible at his own dining table, and I won't lie, it felt incredible. When the last guest left around 11, I started cleaning up. Mark just stood in the kitchen watching me load the dishwasher. Then he exploded. He said I'd embarrassed him in front of all our friends, that I'd made him look like a bad husband. That what I did was manipulative and cruel and designed to humiliate him. His face was red, and he was talking with his hands the way he does when he's really angry. I stayed completely calm. I told him I didn't make him look like anything. His actions did that on their own. That made him even angrier. He said I'd set him up to fail, that I'd planned this whole thing just to make him feel bad. He actually used the word ambush. So I asked him when he'd found out about my promotion. He went quiet. I asked him again. When did I tell you about the biggest career achievement I've ever had? He mumbled something about 2 weeks ago. I asked him if he'd asked me a single question about it since then, if he knew what my new title was, if he knew when I started, if he'd even said congratulations more than once. He didn't have an answer for that. So he went back to saying I should have just talked to him instead of humiliating him publicly. I told him we'd talked after year 1. We'd talked after year 2. Talking didn't change anything. He wanted me to fix his feelings and smooth everything over like I always did. I told him I was done doing that. He's been sleeping in the guest room ever since. That was 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks of living like roommates who can't stand each other. We only talk about logistics now. Who's picking up groceries, whose turn it is to deal with the lawn guy, whether we need to pay the electric bill. He sleeps in the guest room. I sleep in our bed. We pass each other in the hallway and don't make eye contact. He keeps saying I went too far, that I owe him an apology for embarrassing him like that. He's framed this whole thing as me being cruel and vindictive instead of him being a husband who couldn't bother to remember our anniversary for the 3rd year in a row. In his mind, he's the victim here. I humiliated him in front of our friends for no reason. I refuse to apologize. I told him I'm done being the only person in this marriage who puts in effort, and I meant it. He can sulk all he wants. Honestly, though, the satisfaction from that night is starting to fade into something else. Maybe clarity. I keep replaying our 7 years together and realizing how many times I made excuses for him. How many times I convinced myself he was just stressed or distracted or bad with dates. The truth is simpler and worse. He just doesn't care enough to try. Our friends have been reaching out privately. The reactions are split. Sarah texted me the next day saying it was the most badass thing she'd ever seen and that Mark had it coming. A few others said I was harsh, but they understood why I did it. My friend Ben said I should have just divorced him instead of the public humiliation route, which honestly, fair point. Mark's mother called me a week after the party. That was a fun conversation. She said I was ruining her son, and that marriage is about forgiveness and grace. I reminded her that I'd forgiven Mark for 6 years straight, and grace only works when the other person actually tries to change. She hung up on me. My mom had the opposite reaction. She said it was about time someone taught him a lesson and asked why I'd put up with his nonsense for so long. Also fair. The thing is, I'm not even sure I want to fix this anymore. We're basically roommates at this point anyway. He does his thing. I do mine. We exist in the same space, but we're not really together. I've been looking at apartments online late at night when I can't sleep. Just browsing, not seriously. But the fact that I'm looking at all says something. I haven't told anyone that part yet. Not even Sarah. Yesterday, Mark finally asked me what I want. We were in the kitchen and I was making coffee and he just said it. What do you want from me? I told him I want a husband who remembers I exist, who asks about my day and means it, who doesn't treat our anniversary like it's some random Tuesday, who notices when important things happen in my life. He got quiet for a minute. Then he said, "So this is really about the anniversary." And that's when I realized he still doesn't get it. After 3 weeks of silence and sleeping in separate rooms, and me explicitly telling him what the problem is, he still thinks this is about one forgotten date. He doesn't understand that the anniversary was just a symptom. The real problem is that he checked out of our marriage years ago and expected me to keep running on fumes. I didn't bother explaining it again. I just walked away. I keep thinking about what happens next. Do we go to counseling and pretend that talking about our feelings will fix years of him not caring? Do I file for divorce and blow up our entire life? Do we just keep living like this indefinitely, two strangers sharing a mortgage? The worst part is I don't feel sad about it. I thought I would. I thought watching my marriage crumble would hurt more. But mostly I just feel tired. Tired of being the only one who tries. Tired of making excuses. Tired of hoping he'll suddenly become the partner I need him to be. Our next anniversary is in 9 months. I wonder if he'll remember that one. Then again, I wonder if we'll even make it that far. This morning, Mark asked if I wanted to go to marriage counseling. He was standing in the doorway of the guest room with his work bag, looking uncomfortable. I told him I'd think about it. But here's the thing I can't stop wondering. Do I actually want to save something he never seemed to care about in the first place? I still don't have an answer to that. Everything changed when I made my narcissistic sister face the consequences she deserved. I'm 33, and I've been dealing with my older sister Vanessa for my entire life. She's always been the golden child in our family. Beautiful, charming, and manipulative as hell. Our parents never saw through her lies. I'm not exaggerating when I say she could crash the car, blame me, and somehow I'd end up grounded while she got sympathy. That's just how it was growing up. Fast forward to adulthood and nothing really changed. Vanessa married this wealthy guy and spent years flaunting her perfect life. Meanwhile, I was working my ass off as a nurse, picking up extra shifts, and quietly helping our aging parents with whatever they needed. Doctor appointments, grocery runs, just being there. Vanessa would show up for holidays and act like she was doing everyone a favor. She'd constantly belittle my career, too. Little comments like, "Must be nice not having real responsibilities," or asking when I was going to get a real job in front of family. I'd let it slide because that's what I always did. Keep the peace. Don't rock the boat. Let Vanessa be Vanessa. Then last year, our mom passed away. It was sudden, and it destroyed me. Mom and I were close. She knew how hard I worked, how much I did for her and Dad. In her will, she left a modest inheritance that got split between us, but her jewelry collection was specifically left to me. The will was handwritten but clear. She wanted me to have her wedding ring, my grandmother's pieces, everything. It meant the world to me. When I went to collect the jewelry from Mom's house a week after the funeral, the box was empty. Completely empty. I stood there staring at it, trying to process what happened. I called Vanessa immediately, and she acted all confused at first. Then she said Mom must have changed her mind before she died and gifted the jewelry to her instead. No proof, no witnesses, just her word against a written will. I didn't believe her for a second. Mom would have told me if she changed her mind. She would have updated the will or at least mentioned it. But Vanessa stuck to her story, and when I pushed back, she started crying about how I was attacking her during our time of grief. Dad stepped in and told me to let it go. He said we shouldn't be fighting over material things when we just lost Mom. Classic. I could have fought her right then, could have gotten lawyers involved or caused a scene. But I knew Vanessa. I knew how she operated. She'd twist it around, play the victim, and somehow I'd end up being the bad guy who couldn't let her dead mother rest in peace. So I backed off. I told her fine, whatever. I let everyone think I'd moved on. But I hadn't moved on. Not even close. I decided right then that I wasn't going to fight her the way she expected. I was going to wait. I was going to be patient. And when the right moment came, I was going to make sure everyone saw exactly who Vanessa really was. Months passed, and I just watched. I stayed quiet, played nice at family gatherings, and waited for my opportunity. Then Vanessa announced her annual charity gala. This thing was huge for her. She'd been doing it for years, inviting all her wealthy friends and her husband's family to show off how generous and philanthropic she was. She always gave some speech about deep family values and helping others. It made me sick, but this year I saw my chance. I volunteered to help with the event. Vanessa was suspicious at first because I'd never offered before, but she needed the help, and I played it off like I was trying to move past our grief together. She bought it. The gala was at this fancy venue, and Vanessa was in her element. Designer dress, perfect makeup, working the room like she owned it. And there it was. Mom's jewelry. She was wearing my grandmother's necklace and had Mom's earrings on. Just wearing stolen heirlooms to her charity event like it was nothing. During the event, I told her I'd help manage the coat check and dressing room area. She barely paid attention, too busy schmoozing with donors. I slipped into her dressing room while she was giving her speech. Her jewelry box was right there on the vanity. I took pictures of everything. The pieces laid out, close-ups showing the distinctive details. I even got shots of her wearing them from earlier. My hands were shaking the whole time, but I made sure every photo was clear. I went back to playing helpful volunteer for the rest of the night. Smiled, made small talk, helped clean up. Vanessa even thanked me afterward and said we should do this more often. I just nodded. I waited 3 days after the gala. Then I put together a message with all the photos and a scan of Mom's handwritten will. I kept it simple, just the facts. The jewelry in the photos, the will clearly stating it was left to me, and a brief note about stolen heirlooms and family values. I sent it anonymously to our extended family group chat. Aunts, uncles, cousins. About 25 people saw it instantly. The group chat exploded within minutes. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing. People were shocked, asking if it was real, demanding answers. Within an hour, Vanessa's husband had seen it. His family had seen it. Her friends started asking questions. By the next day, 2 of her charity sponsors had pulled out. Her perfectly curated image was crumbling in real time. She called me that night, completely hysterical, sobbing so hard I could barely understand her at first. She was screaming about how I destroyed her reputation and ruined her life. I stayed calm. I told her I only revealed the truth she tried to hide. I said Mom would have wanted honesty, not deceit. She threatened to sue me, demanded I tell everyone it was fake, that I doctored the photos. I told her she could return the jewelry and apologize publicly if she wanted any kind of redemption. She hung up on me. The fallout kept getting bigger. Her husband was furious that he'd been lied to. His family, who cared deeply about their image, stopped speaking to her. More sponsorships dropped her charity work. Her social media went quiet for the first time in years. And I just watched it all unfold, feeling this weird mix of satisfaction and guilt that I still can't quite sort out. Dad called me 2 days after everything went down. He didn't even say hello, just started in on how I went too far. He said I humiliated Vanessa publicly instead of forgiving her like family should. He kept saying I should have handled it privately, that I made everything worse. I tried to explain that private conversations never worked with Vanessa, that she'd just deny and manipulate like she always did. He didn't want to hear it. He said I was being vindictive and that Mom would be disappointed in me. That one hurt more than I expected. The family split pretty much down the middle. Some of my aunts and uncles reached out privately to say they supported me, that they'd always suspected Vanessa wasn't what she seemed. A few cousins messaged saying I did the right thing, but others thought I was cruel for exposing her so publicly. They said it was a family matter that should have stayed private, even if Vanessa was wrong. Vanessa still hasn't returned the jewelry. She's sticking to her story that Mom gave it to her, and now she's claiming I'm harassing her. She posted some vague stuff on social media about family betrayal and people not knowing the full story. Her close friends rallied around her at first, but I heard from a cousin that even they started questioning things once they saw the will. Her husband apparently demanded she return everything, but she refused. Their marriage is rocky now, from what I've heard. It's been a few weeks since everything happened, and I'm still processing it all. Dad won't talk to me. Vanessa blocked me on everything, but some of my extended family has actually gotten closer to me because of this. And here's the thing I didn't expect. I started getting messages from other people Vanessa had wronged over the years. Old friends, former co-workers, even one of her husband's cousins. They all had stories about times she'd lied or manipulated or thrown them under the bus. I knew she was bad, but I didn't realize how many people she'd hurt. It made me wonder if Mom knew, if she saw who Vanessa really was, and that's why she made sure to put everything in writing. I'm not going to lie and say I regret what I did. Part of me feels like Vanessa finally got what she deserved. She spent years getting away with everything, and someone needed to hold her accountable. But another part of me wonders if I just became like her, if exposing her publicly was about justice or just revenge, maybe both. I don't know if I'll ever get Mom's jewelry back. I don't know if Dad will forgive me, or if Vanessa will ever admit what she did. What I do know is that I'm done being invisible. I'm done letting her get away with everything, while I stay quiet to keep the peace. People finally see her for who she really is, and whether that makes me the villain or not, I can live with it. At least the truth is out there now, even if it cost me part of my family to make it happen. After my best friend stole my wedding venue, I let her walk into a reception that wasn't hers. I'm 28, and I'd been planning my dream wedding for over a year when this happened. My childhood best friend Lily, who's 29, got engaged around the same time as me. We'd known each other since elementary school, one of those friendships where you just assume the person will be in your life forever, you know? So I'd found this perfect vineyard venue about an hour outside the city. It took me months of searching, but the second I saw it, I knew. The ceremony space overlooked rows of grapevines. The reception was in this beautiful, rustic barn, and the owners were this sweet family who actually cared about making your day special. I paid a $3,000 deposit, signed the contract, and spent the next several months working with them on every detail. My wedding was scheduled for late September. When Lily got engaged a couple months after me, I was excited to share everything with her. I showed her photos of the venue during one of our planning sessions, and she absolutely lost it. She kept saying how perfect it was, how obsessed she was with it, taking pictures of my pictures. She asked a lot of questions about pricing and availability and how to contact the owners. I thought she was just being supportive and interested. That was my first mistake. 3 weeks later, I got a call from the venue coordinator that made my stomach drop. She said she was calling to confirm the cancellation I'd requested. I had no idea what she was talking about. Turns out, someone had called pretending to be me and said I needed to cancel my wedding. They requested the date be transferred to someone named Lily Morrison instead. Her fiancé even sent a confirmation email from his business account to make it look legitimate. The venue had already processed everything. My date now belonged to Lily. I called her immediately, hands shaking. At first she played dumb, asking what I was talking about, but when I explained what the venue told me, she just went quiet for a second. Then she actually admitted it, just like that. She said I could pick somewhere else because I wasn't even that into weddings like she was. She said the venue was perfect for her vision. Then she added that she'd already sent save the dates with the venue printed on them, so it would be too embarrassing for her to change now. I couldn't even speak. This was someone I'd known for over 20 years, someone I'd trusted with everything. And she was talking about stealing my wedding venue like it was a minor inconvenience for me. I told her our friendship was over and hung up. My fiancé wanted to get lawyers involved immediately, but I was just heartbroken. It wasn't even about the venue anymore. It was about realizing the person I thought I knew didn't actually exist. I sent Lily one text. Keep the venue. I hope it was worth our friendship. Then I blocked her on everything. But here's the thing. I didn't actually mean it about keeping the venue. That night I looked through all my paperwork. The original contract had my name and signature. All the payment receipts came from my bank account. I had months of emails with the venue owners. Lily's so-called transfer was based on someone impersonating me over the phone and one sketchy email from her fiancé's work address. 2 days later, I called the venue back and asked to speak directly with the owner. I explained everything and showed him all my documentation. I told him Lily had committed fraud by pretending to be me. He was horrified. He pulled up their records and realized Lily's deposit was much smaller than mine, and that confirmation email had come from a random business account, not from me. He reinstated my booking immediately. Then I made a request. I asked him not to tell Lily about the change. He hesitated at first, but I pointed out that if he warned her, she might try to manipulate the situation again or cause problems. He agreed, partly because he felt guilty about falling for it in the first place. My wedding was back on for September 23rd. Lily, according to mutual friends, had scheduled hers for September 16th, exactly 1 week before mine. She had no idea what was coming. The next few weeks were surreal. I went completely dark on social media while Lily posted constant updates about her wedding planning. She'd share photos of her vineyard venue with captions like, "Dreams really do come true," and "When you find the perfect venue." I screenshotted everything, just in case I needed proof later. Watching her act like she'd done nothing wrong made my blood boil every single time. Meanwhile, I moved forward with my own planning like nothing had happened. I worked directly with the venue on decorations. White roses, sage green accents, string lights everywhere. We finalized the menu, confirmed the timeline, sent out invitations to our 120 guests with the vineyard address printed right there. Most people had no idea about the drama. The ones who knew Lily and I had a falling out didn't know why, and I kept it vague whenever anyone asked. Through mutual friends, I found out Lily had invited 150 people and was making it this huge production. She told people she was so lucky to snag the date before someone else booked it. The audacity was unbelievable. About a week before her wedding date, my fiancé started getting nervous about the whole plan. He asked if I was sure I wanted to go through with it, said it felt harsh. I reminded him that she'd committed fraud. She'd stolen from me and showed zero remorse. She didn't deserve a warning. He dropped it after that, but I could tell he was uncomfortable. I did one final confirmation with the venue. They assured me everything was set for September 23rd, and that they'd have security present on the 16th in case things got ugly. The coordinator actually admitted they were kind of looking forward to it after what Lily had pulled. September 16th arrived. I stayed home with my phone on, waiting. The ceremony was supposed to start at 3 p.m. Around 2, my phone started going crazy. Mutual friends were texting asking what was happening at the vineyard. Then Lily called. I'd unblocked her number specifically to witness the fallout. I didn't answer, but the voicemails started rolling in. She was screaming, completely hysterical. From what I pieced together from her messages and texts from friends who were there, she'd shown up with her entire bridal party to find the venue decorated completely wrong. Her colors were blush pink and gold. The venue was set up in white and sage green. When she asked the staff what was going on, they told her the venue was booked for a different event, and that she didn't have a reservation. She apparently lost it. Started screaming that she absolutely did have a reservation, that she had the confirmation email. The staff explained that her reservation had been obtained fraudulently and was canceled. The original client, me, had her wedding scheduled for the following Saturday. According to the friends who were there, Lily had a complete meltdown. She was screaming at the staff, demanding to see the owner, accusing me of stealing the venue back and ruining her life. Her fiancé tried to calm her down, but he was furious too. Guests kept arriving in their formal wear with nowhere to go. It was total chaos. Her family spent the next hour frantically calling every venue within a 50-mile radius. Everything was obviously booked on a Saturday in September. They ended up at a public park with a pavilion, one of those first-come, first-served spots. They had to set up folding chairs themselves. There was no way to get catering on that short notice, so they ordered pizza and sandwich platters. The ceremony finally happened around 6 p.m., 3 hours late. A bunch of guests had already left. I saw photos later through mutual friends. It looked exactly like what it was, a last-minute disaster. Lily was crying in half the pictures. The whole thing was just sad and chaotic and nothing like what a wedding should be. 1 week later, my wedding happened exactly as planned. The weather was perfect, the venue looked incredible, and 118 out of 120 guests showed up. I noticed that none of the mutual friends who'd been at Lily's disaster came to mine. The ceremony and reception went off without a single issue. It should have felt like a complete victory, and in a lot of ways it did. But there was also this weird emptiness. Years ago, back when we were still friends, Lily was supposed to be my maid of honor. I'd imagined her standing next to me on my wedding day since we were teenagers. Instead, she wasn't even invited, and I'd deliberately destroyed hers. The day after my wedding, Lily posted a long rant on Facebook, calling me a snake and a sociopath. She said I'd sabotaged her wedding out of jealousy and manipulated the venue owners. The post blew up with comments from people taking sides. I never responded. What was there to say? The fallout was immediate and messy. Our entire friend group basically split down the middle. Some people messaged me privately saying Lily had it coming and that what I did was brutal but fair. Others publicly commented that I was vindictive and cruel. One friend told me I should have just let Lily have the venue since she'd already invited people, that I'd ruined her memories forever. Another said Lily had literally committed fraud and that actions have consequences. A friend group we'd both been part of for over 15 years just fell apart. People were forced to choose sides, and it got ugly fast. My family was completely supportive. My mom said Lily got exactly what she deserved. My sister told me it was savage and that she was proud of me. But my fiancé's family was a different story. His mom said she understood I'd been wronged, but that the whole thing felt mean-spirited. I could tell she saw me differently after that. More wary, less warm. A few weeks later, I overheard her whisper to someone at a family dinner that I was ruthless when I wanted to be. That comment stuck with me more than I'd like to admit. Through mutual friends, I heard that Lily's marriage got off to a rocky start. Her husband was apparently upset that she hadn't just apologized to me and picked a different venue from the beginning. He blamed her obsession with the vineyard for the entire disaster. They're still together as far as I know, but someone mentioned they went to couples therapy pretty early on. 3 months after both weddings, I started wondering if I'd gone too far. The rational part of my brain kept saying, she stole from me, she committed fraud, she showed no remorse. But the emotional part couldn't shake the images from those photos. Lily crying at a park pavilion on what was supposed to be the happiest day of her life. My fiancé would remind me that I'd given her chances to apologize and make it right, that she'd chosen not to. But it didn't make the guilt go away completely. There were unexpected consequences I hadn't considered. One of our mutual friends cut me off entirely, saying she couldn't be friends with someone capable of that level of revenge. My mother-in-law's attitude shift affected family gatherings in subtle ways. It made me wonder if I'd revealed something dark about myself that I couldn't take back. Then, 2 weeks ago, 5 months after everything happened, I got a letter in the mail. It was from Lily's mom, who I'd been close with growing up. She wrote that what Lily did was wrong, but what I did was cruel, that I'd broken Lily's spirit. She said she hoped my revenge was worth destroying a lifelong friendship and a young woman's joy on what should have been the happiest day of her life. The last line said that Lily had asked her to tell me she was sorry for what she did, that she wished she could take it back. Then she asked if I could say the same. I keep that letter in my desk drawer. I haven't responded. Lily is still blocked on everything. But sometimes I pull up old photos of us together. Childhood birthday parties, high school graduation, college road trips. I wonder if I should have just picked a different venue. Then I remember her saying I wasn't even that into weddings, how casual and dismissive she was about the whole thing, and the anger comes back. Last week I found out through Instagram that Lily is pregnant. My first reaction was this instinctive happiness for my old friend. Then I remembered we don't talk anymore, that we're not friends, that I deliberately humiliated her on her wedding day. Would things have been different if she'd just apologized during that first phone call? I asked my husband the other night if he thought I was a bad person for what I did. He said he thought I was human, that she hurt me badly and I hurt her back. I guess that's true, but it doesn't really answer the question. I saved screenshots of her cruel texts from that day, proof that she was completely unapologetic about stealing from me. But I also can't forget her mother's letter sitting in my drawer. Part of me wants to reach out now that time has passed. Part of me thinks she never deserved a warning after what she did. I genuinely don't know if I was wrong or if she simply got what she deserved. Maybe both things are true at the same time. After my husband forgot our anniversary for the 3rd year, I let him discover what forgotten feels like. I, 35F, have been married to my husband, Jake, 37M, for 7 years, and for the last 3 years, I've been the only one who seems to remember we're even married when our anniversary rolls around. Let me back up a bit so you understand how we got here. Year 5 of our marriage, I planned this whole elaborate thing. I recreated our first date at the botanical gardens where we met, down to the picnic basket and the same wine we drank. I spent weeks planning it. He showed up 3 hours late because of some emergency meeting at work that apparently couldn't wait. Year 6. I booked our favorite restaurant weeks in advance and bought him this expensive watch he'd been eyeing. He came home that night with Chinese takeout, completely clueless, until I reminded him what day it was. Then came the apologies, the excuses about how work was crazy and how bad he is with dates. Each time, I forgave him. I actually believed he'd do better. This year was different, though. Year 7. I'd already made reservations, bought him a gift, the whole thing. Part of me knew better, but I guess I wanted to give him one more chance. The morning of our anniversary, I dropped hints, mentioned the date casually while making coffee. He just nodded and talked about some project at work. That afternoon, I kept checking my phone. No text, no call, nothing. When he came home that evening, he walked in talking about his day like it was any other Wednesday. I finally asked him if he remembered what day it was. He actually guessed random things, thought maybe he was supposed to pick something up from the store. That's when it hit me. He genuinely had no idea, not a clue. I told him never mind, it was nothing. He went to watch TV. I locked myself in the bathroom and canceled the restaurant reservation while crying. But somewhere between the tears and the anger, something shifted. I was done. Done being the only one who cared. Done making excuses for him. Done feeling invisible in my own marriage. So I decided he was going to find out exactly what forgotten feels like. The next day came and went. Still nothing from him. No sudden realization, no panicked apology. He'd completely moved on without ever knowing he'd forgotten in the first place. And honestly, that hurt worse than the actual forgetting. While he went about his life oblivious, I started planning something different. A gathering at our house, I told him 2 days later. Just some friends coming over for dinner, nothing fancy. He barely looked up from his phone when he said, "Okay." Here's the thing that really pushed me over the edge, though. 2 weeks before all this, I'd gotten promoted at work. Director of Operations. Something I'd worked toward for 3 years. I told him about it at dinner one night, and he gave me this distracted, "That's great, babe," before going back to scrolling on his phone. He never asked about it again. Never asked about the new responsibilities or the raise or anything. So when I planned that dinner party, I knew exactly what I was going to celebrate, and it wasn't going to be us. The night of the dinner party, I spent the whole day setting everything up. Candles everywhere, flowers on the table, even had our wedding song playing softly in the background. Our closest friends showed up around 7. Sarah and her husband, Mark and his wife, another couple we see regularly. The usual group. Jake came home from work right as everyone was arriving. I watched his face when he walked through the door and saw the setup. The candlelight, the flowers, the fancy table settings. For a second, He looked confused. Then I saw it click in his head. That panic. He thought he'd forgotten something again, and for a brief moment, I could tell he was trying to figure out if maybe I'd set all this up for our anniversary as some kind of surprise for him, like I was doing him a favor by covering for his forgetfulness. Wrong. Everyone gathered in the dining room and I stood up with my wine glass. Jake was watching me nervously. I started my toast by thanking everyone for coming on short notice. I could see him relax a little, probably thinking he was off the hook. Then I continued. Told them I wanted to celebrate something important with the people who actually care about what happens in my life. That's when I announced my promotion. Director of Operations. 3 years of work finally paying off. I mentioned that I'd gotten the news 2 weeks ago, and while some people in this room were too busy to notice, I was grateful for those who had always been there to remember what matters. I didn't look at Jake when I said it, but everyone knew. Then I went around and thanked each friend individually. Told Sarah how she'd remembered to text me good luck before my big presentation. Thanked Mark for asking about my project at the last barbecue. Mentioned specific times these people had shown up for me, remembered things about my life, actually acted like they cared. Jake's face got redder with each person I mentioned. I never once thanked him. Never even acknowledged he was there. Sarah's husband tried to ease the tension by asking if we should also toast to our anniversary, since it had been that week. The whole room went quiet. I just looked at him and said I must have forgotten. You could have heard a pin drop. Dinner was awkward as hell after that. I played the perfect host to everyone else, asking about their lives, laughing at jokes. Jake barely touched his food, just sat there with his jaw clenched, radiating anger. Our friends picked up on it fast. They started making excuses to leave earlier than planned. The second the door closed behind the last guest, he exploded. Started yelling about how I humiliated him in front of everyone, how I made him look like a terrible husband. I just stood there, in the middle of our living room, surrounded by all those candles and flowers, and told him the truth. I didn't make him look like anything. His actions did that on their own. He tried every excuse in the book. Work was busy. He had a lot on his mind. I know he's bad with dates. I cut him off and asked why I had to be something he schedules in his calendar. Why wasn't I important enough to just remember? He didn't have an answer for that. That was 3 weeks ago. Jake's been sleeping in the guest room ever since, waiting for me to apologize. I haven't. I don't plan to. We barely talk now. Just logistics. Who's picking up groceries? When the bills are due? That kind of thing. He walks past me in the kitchen like I'm a roommate he's mad at, not his wife. The funny thing is, he's the one who's sulking. But I'm sleeping better than I have in months. He told his mom his version of events, that I humiliated him for no reason in front of our friends. She called me last week, tried the whole guilt trip thing about embarrassing her son. I told her the same thing I told him. I didn't embarrass anyone. He embarrassed himself by forgetting our anniversary 3 years in a row, and not even noticing when I got promoted. She hung up on me. Our friends have been texting. They're split down the middle on this. Sarah thinks he had it coming, that someone needed to wake him up. Mark's wife said I went too far with the public humiliation angle. A few others are staying out of it completely. The story got back to Jake through mutual friends, and now he's even angrier because he thinks I'm playing the victim. I've been doing a lot of thinking about our marriage these past few weeks, about how much effort I put into remembering every little thing about his life, while he can't even remember the day we got married. About how I used to make excuses for him to other people, defending him when friends would raise eyebrows at yet another forgotten occasion. About how I convinced myself that his forgetfulness didn't mean he didn't love me. But here's what I keep coming back to. The look on his face at that dinner party when he realized he'd been forgotten. When he felt invisible for once. when he understood what it's like to be the person who doesn't matter enough to remember. Yeah, it was harsh, maybe even cruel. But after 3 years of feeling exactly that way, watching him experience it for one night doesn't fill me with regret. People keep asking if I feel bad about what I did. The honest answer is complicated. I feel bad that our marriage got to this point. I feel bad that I didn't stand up for myself sooner. I feel bad that it took a public dinner party to make him finally see what he'd been doing. But do I regret making him feel what I felt? No, I don't. We've been at this standstill for weeks now. Someone mentioned marriage counseling, but neither of us has actually made an appointment. I think we both know what a therapist would say anyway. He wants an apology for the embarrassment. I want him to understand why I did it in the first place. Neither of us is budging. The truth is, I don't know what happens next. Maybe we go to counseling. Maybe we don't. Maybe this is just how our marriage ends, with him in the guest room, convinced he's the victim, and me finally standing up for myself after 7 years of being forgotten. Am I crossing a line by refusing to care for my grandmother after learning she tried to have my mom written out of the family inheritance? I, 27, have been dealing with a massive family crisis involving my grandmother Eleanor, 84, my mom Sarah, 56, and basically every other relative who thinks they have a say in my life decisions. We live in a small coastal town where everyone knows everyone's business, which makes this whole situation 10 times worse. I need to give some context about my family dynamics first. My grandmother and my mom have never gotten along. Mom was always the black sheep of the family because she married my dad, who came from what Grandma called unfortunate circumstances. Basically, he grew up poor. Grandma never forgave her for that choice. Growing up, I watched her shower my cousins with gifts and attention while I was practically invisible. My cousin Amanda would get $100 bills for her birthday, while I'd get a card with $20 if I was lucky. Family dinners were worse. Grandma would ask Amanda and my other cousins about school, their friends, their hobbies, and then she'd look at me like I was a stain on her expensive tablecloth. The worst part was how she'd make these little comments. When I was 16 and got accepted into a decent state college, she told me it was adequate for someone with my background. When I graduated and got my first real job, she said it was nice that I found something. Nothing I did was ever good enough because I was my mother's daughter. I stopped going to family events as much once I hit my 20s. It was easier than sitting there feeling like I didn't belong. 3 months ago, everything changed. My Uncle James pulled me aside at a family gathering. He'd been drinking, probably the only reason he told me the truth. My grandfather passed away 2 years back, and Uncle James started talking about the will situation. He told me that back when Grandpa was dying, Grandma had actually tried to have my mom completely written out of the will. She wanted to split everything between her other 2 children and cut Mom out entirely. Uncle James stopped her from doing that, but Grandma still managed to keep most of the family property in her own name instead of distributing it fairly. The big house, some rental properties, all of it stayed with her. I felt sick when he told me. All those years of watching my mom work 2 jobs while Grandma lived in that huge house. All those times Mom struggled to pay my college tuition while my cousins got their education handed to them. And this woman had actively tried to make sure we got nothing. I went home that night and couldn't even tell Mom what I'd learned. She'd suspected it, I think, but hearing it confirmed would have broken something in her. Last month, the situation exploded. Grandma's health started failing rapidly. She needs round-the-clock care now. Help with bathing, eating, medication, all of it. The family had a meeting without telling me first, and apparently they all decided that I should be the one to move in and take care of her. Their reasoning was that I live closest. I'm about 20 minutes away while my cousins are an hour or more out. Uncle James called me to inform me of their decision like it was already settled. He said they knew I wasn't doing anything too demanding at work, so I had the flexibility. I work from home as a freelance graphic designer, but apparently that doesn't count as a real job to them. He just assumed I'd drop everything and become Grandma's full-time caregiver. I told them no. Just flat out refused. Uncle James was shocked. I don't think anyone in our family had ever said no to a family duty before. He tried to guilt me, saying Grandma was elderly and frail and needed family, not strangers. I reminded him about what he'd told me at the gathering, about the will situation. He got quiet for a second, then said that was in the past and she was still my grandmother. Like that was supposed to erase everything. That's when I lost it a bit. I told him I couldn't imagine bathing and feeding the same woman who once told me, right to my face when I was 19, that I was a mistake that ruined her bloodline. Yeah, she actually said that. It was at a Christmas dinner, and I'd brought up how hard Mom was working. Grandma had snapped that Mom made her own choices, and that bringing me into the world was the biggest mistake of all those choices. I left in tears, and she never apologized. Not once in the 8 years since. The family reaction was immediate and brutal. My Aunt Karen called me disrespectful and ungrateful. Cousin Amanda, the golden child, sent me a long text about how family takes care of family and how I was being selfish and cruel. Uncle James said I was holding grudges that I needed to let go of. They made me sound like I was abandoning a sweet old lady who'd done nothing wrong, like I was the villain in this story. The worst call was from my Uncle Mark, Grandma's oldest son. He said that Grandma specifically asked for me, that she wanted to make amends in her final days. He told me that refusing her was basically sentencing her to die alone among strangers. I pointed out that she has 3 children and 5 other grandchildren who could help. He said they all had important jobs and families to take care of. Apparently my job and my life with my mom didn't count as important enough. I offered a compromise because part of me still felt guilty. I said I'd help find a reputable nurse, and I'd even contribute financially to her care, despite the fact that she has way more money than our side of the family ever did. I thought this was reasonable. I'm still helping, just not personally doing the caregiving. They called it cold and calculated. Aunt Karen said that hiring help was outsourcing love and that Grandma deserved better. I wanted to scream that I deserved better too. I deserved a grandmother who didn't treat me like garbage for 27 years. I deserved to not feel guilty for protecting myself from someone who never protected me. The phone calls kept coming for days, different relatives trying different tactics. Some went with guilt, talking about how Grandma was scared and alone. Others went with anger, saying I was disrespectful and breaking apart the family. My cousin Amanda even tried the sympathy approach, telling me that Grandma talks about me sometimes and seems to regret how things went. But none of them could give me a single example of Grandma actually showing regret before she got sick and needed something from me. Mom was there when I had the final phone call with Uncle Mark. He was yelling by the end, saying I was cruel and heartless, and that I'd regret this for the rest of my life. After I hung up, Mom hugged me and said she supported whatever I decided. But I could see it in her eyes. This whole situation was hurting her all over again. She was reliving every rejection, every cruel comment, every time her own mother chose everyone else over her. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what family duty actually means. Does it override decades of mistreatment? Am I supposed to forget everything just because someone is old and sick now? The family acts like Grandma's age and illness erase her history, like being dying makes someone automatically worthy of forgiveness. I kept replaying memories in my head. The time Grandma came to my high school graduation and left early because she had plans with Amanda. The time she told Mom at a family dinner that she should have married someone worthy of the family name. The countless birthdays and holidays where I felt like an outsider in my own family. And now I'm supposed to be the one who wipes her mouth and changes her sheets and listens to her complaints. The guilt was eating at me, but so was the anger. I felt trapped between what everyone expected of me and what I knew I could actually handle emotionally. 2 weeks after my refusal, Uncle James showed up at my door unannounced. He looked uncomfortable, kept shifting his weight from foot to foot. He said he needed to tell me something that the family had been protecting me from knowing. Apparently, Grandma's sudden interest in me, her requests to make amends, all started exactly when her doctor told her she'd need full-time care. Before that conversation with her doctor, she'd told Aunt Karen that she hoped Sarah's mistake of a daughter wouldn't dare show her face at the funeral. Uncle James heard it himself. The moment she realized she needed help, suddenly, I was worth acknowledging. He admitted this while standing in my doorway, barely able to look me in the eye. He said she only changed her tone because she needs someone now, and he thought I should know that before I made my final decision. I asked him why he was telling me this. He said because he was tired of watching the family use me, and he was tired of his mother getting away with cruelty just because she was old. He apologized for even suggesting I should be her caregiver. Then he left. I told Mom everything that night. She cried, but she wasn't surprised. She said she'd lived with this version of her mother her entire life. Kindness only when it was convenient. Love only when it was needed. She told me again that whatever I decided was okay. But she also said something that stuck with me. She said I don't owe Grandma my pain just because she's facing hers. I've stuck with my decision. I helped them find a nursing service, and I sent some money to help cover costs, though Grandma has plenty of her own. The family barely speaks to me now except for occasional guilt trip messages. Cousin Amanda posted something on Facebook about the importance of forgiveness and family bonds that was clearly directed at me. I didn't respond. I unfollowed most of them, actually. I don't need that negativity in my feed. The weird thing is that I thought I'd feel more conflicted about this, but mostly I just feel relieved. Relieved that I don't have to pretend anymore. Relieved that I don't have to act like 27 years of mistreatment didn't happen. Some of my friends think I'm being too harsh, that I should at least visit her. But they didn't grow up feeling unwanted at every family gathering. They didn't hear their grandmother call them a mistake. Last week, Uncle Mark called to say Grandma's been asking for me, saying she wants to apologize before it's too late. Part of me wonders if she's genuine, if facing death has actually changed her. But the bigger part of me remembers that 19-year-old girl crying in her car after being called a mistake. I remember my mom working herself to exhaustion while her own mother tried to cut her out of an inheritance. I remember every birthday card with barely any money in it while my cousins got spoiled. I remember feeling small and unwanted for my entire childhood. Mom said something yesterday that's been playing in my head on repeat. She said sometimes the kindest thing you can do for yourself is to stop waiting for people to become who you needed them to be. I think she's right. I spent so many years hoping Grandma would suddenly see me, really see me, and decide I was worth loving. It never happened when she was healthy and independent. I don't believe it's happening now that she's sick and desperate. I don't know if I'll regret this decision years from now. I don't know if I'm being cruel or just protecting myself. The family acts like I'm committing some unforgivable sin, but nobody seems to remember all the years Grandma made me feel unwanted. Nobody wants to talk about how she tried to cut Mom out of the will, or how she told me I ruined her bloodline. So here I am, still living 20 minutes away from a dying woman who wants my forgiveness, who needs my care, and who spent my entire life making sure I knew I wasn't good enough. The nursing service is taking care of her. She's not alone. She's not suffering. She just doesn't have me there, and apparently that's the worst thing I could do to her. but I can't set myself on fire to keep someone warm who never cared if I was cold.
I guess they didn't expect the quiet old man to record every conversation before they tried to take my house. I'm a 78-year-old widower, and my 2 kids, my son Marcus, 43, and my daughter Linda, 41, just tried to steal my house out from under me. That's not an exaggeration. That's exactly what happened. I've lived in this house for over 50 years, bought it in 1973, right after I married my wife Eleanor. We raised both kids here, paid off the mortgage in 2001, and this was supposed to be where we'd grow old together. Then Eleanor got sick 3 years ago, cancer. The treatments drained everything we'd saved, and she still died. This house is all I have left of the life we built, and it's paid off. No mortgage, no debt. Just me and a house full of memories. Marcus and Linda used to visit more when their mom was alive. After she died, the visits got fewer and further between. Maybe once a month, if I was lucky. Usually when they needed something. Money for the grandkids' school trips, help with a car repair, that kind of thing. I helped when I could, even though the medical bills had wiped me out pretty good. They're my kids. That's what you do. About 4 months ago, things started changing. Marcus called and asked if I was getting around okay. Was I having trouble with the stairs? Could I still drive at night? I thought he was just being concerned, checking in on his old man. Then Linda started in. She'd send me articles about senior living communities, talking about how nice they were, how her friend's father just loved his assisted living place. I told her I was fine, that I wasn't interested, but she kept pushing. I started noticing they were coordinating. Marcus would call on a Tuesday asking about my mobility, and Linda would call that same evening, mentioning some facility she'd read about. It felt rehearsed. I'm old, not stupid. Something was going on. Then about 6 weeks ago, Linda came over for coffee. She went to use the bathroom and left her purse on my kitchen table. Her phone buzzed with a text from Marcus, and when I glanced over, I saw it said something about the realtor getting back to us. I didn't want to snoop, but my gut was screaming at me. While she was still in the bathroom, I looked in her purse. There were printouts, articles about selling property for elderly care, information about power of attorney, even a brochure for an assisted living facility circled with notes in the margins. My hands were shaking when she came back. I didn't say anything. I just smiled and poured more coffee and waited. 2 weeks ago, they invited me to dinner, both of them together, no grandkids. They said they needed to talk about something important. We met at this Italian chain restaurant, the kind with unlimited breadsticks. I knew before we even sat down that this was it. This was the conversation. Marcus did most of the talking. He said they were worried about me living alone. What if I fell? What if I had a medical emergency and nobody was there? He made it sound like they'd been losing sleep over it. Linda jumped in with the emotional stuff, about how Mom would want me somewhere safe, somewhere with people around to help. Then they got to the real point. They'd found this great assisted living facility. They'd already toured it. Really nice place, they said, but expensive. The solution was obvious, at least to them. Sell the house. Use that money to pay for my care. They'd already contacted a realtor, already had an estimate on what the house would sell for, already picked out the facility. I asked when they'd planned all this. They looked at each other, and Marcus said they'd been discussing it for a few months. They thought it was the responsible thing to do. Linda said they were trying to help me before something bad happened. I asked if they'd talked to a lawyer about any of this, and Marcus got defensive. He said they were trying to help me, and I was acting like they were the enemy. I told them I needed time to think about it. They seemed relieved, like they'd expected more of a fight. Linda hugged me on the way out and said to take my time, but not too long. Marcus said we should talk again in a few days. I drove home that night with my hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles went white. I wasn't thinking about their plan. I was thinking about how to protect myself from it. The next morning I called my buddy Jim from the VFW. Jim's a straight shooter, retired cop, dealt with family disputes for 30 years. I told him everything. He didn't even hesitate. He said to document everything, get a lawyer, and don't let them rush me into anything. Then he said something that stuck with me. He told me to get them talking again and record it. Get them to say out loud what they really wanted. I went to Best Buy that afternoon. Felt ridiculous asking this kid who couldn't have been older than 20 how to record a conversation. He showed me this little device, smaller than a pack of cards, that I could keep in my shirt pocket. He set it up for me, showed me how to turn it on, how to check if it was working. I practiced with it at home for 2 days, recording myself talking, playing it back. It worked perfectly. I felt like an idiot playing spy in my own house. But I also felt something I hadn't felt in months. I felt like I had some control. 3 days after that dinner, I called both my kids and invited them over for coffee. I told them I'd been thinking about what they said and wanted to talk more. They jumped on it. Said they could come over that afternoon. I turned on the recorder before they even knocked on the door, put it in my shirt pocket, and made sure it was running. I played confused and concerned. Told them I'd been thinking about the assisted living idea, that maybe they had a point about safety. Marcus leaned forward like he'd been waiting for this. He laid out their whole timeline. List the house within 2 weeks. Close the sale within 60 days. Move me into the facility by early next month. I asked what would happen to the money from selling the house. That's when they really started talking. Linda said they'd manage it for me, make sure it was used properly. Marcus added that after they set aside what I needed for the facility, they'd split the remainder to help with the grandkids' college funds. Just like that. Like it was already decided. I asked how they'd split it, and Marcus said 50-50 obviously, since they were my only kids. Linda said it made sense because the money would come to them eventually anyway when I died, so this way they could use it when it was actually needed. She said her oldest was looking at colleges next year, and my son's twins needed braces. I pushed a little more, asked if they'd talked to their spouses about this. Marcus said yeah, Jennifer was already looking at taking the kids to Disney World once everything settled. Linda said Dave wanted to use their share to finally finish their basement. The part that got me was when I asked about keeping the house, just staying here and managing on my own. Marcus actually got irritated, said I was being selfish, that this wasn't just about me. Linda said the house was too much for me to handle, and I needed to accept that I couldn't live alone anymore. They'd made up their minds, and I was just supposed to go along with it. I got it all on tape, every word. That same afternoon I drove to my lawyer's office. Bill's been my lawyer for 30 years, came to my wedding back in '73. I played him the recording. He sat there listening, and when it finished, he looked at me and said my kids had no legal right to do any of this without my consent. But we needed to act fast before they tried to pressure me into signing something. We drafted a new will right there. The house goes to the local veterans charity when I die. Bill and Jim are co-executors. I also signed a power of attorney document that specifically excludes Marcus and Linda from ever making medical or financial decisions for me. Bill suggested we make a video statement too, just in case they tried to claim I wasn't thinking clearly. So we did. I sat in front of his camera and explained everything, said I was of sound mind, that I knew exactly what I was doing, and why. I even played part of the recording in the video. I waited 2 weeks before I told them. I invited them back over, but this time Jim came with me as a witness. I told them about the new will, that the house was going to charity, that they weren't getting anything,
Marcus went pale. Linda started crying immediately. Marcus said I was giving away Mom's house to strangers, and I told him I was protecting it from being sold off so they could take vacations. Linda tried the guilt trip, saying they were only trying to help, that they were my children. That's when I told them I had the recording. Marcus demanded to hear it, so I played it. Their own voices talking about splitting the money, about Disney World and basement renovations and college funds. Marcus lost it, started yelling about how I'd recorded my own kids, how I'd betrayed them. I told him he'd tried to take my house. Linda was sobbing, saying I'd destroyed everything. Jim had to step in and tell them to leave. They did, but not before Marcus said I'd regret this. That was 6 weeks ago. I haven't heard from either of them since. Marcus sent one text the day after our blowout. It said I'd betrayed the family and not to expect them to be there when I actually needed help. Linda sent an email a few days later. Long one, full of stuff about how I'd destroyed the family legacy, how I was choosing strangers over my own grandchildren, how Mom would be ashamed of me. I tried to respond, wrote out this whole thing explaining that the house is the legacy, that it's the home their mother loved, where they grew up, where we built our life together. I told them I wasn't trying to hurt them, just protect what was mine. Neither of them responded. Word got around the family pretty quick. My nephew called, asked what was going on. Linda's mother-in-law sent me a card saying she was praying for our family. Some people think I overreacted. My cousin Janet said they were my kids, and I could have just said no without changing my will. But others get it. Jim from the VFW told me I did the right thing, that it was my house and my choice. My neighbor Sarah, who checks on me most days, said she was proud of me for standing up for myself. The hardest part is the grandkids. They haven't called. Not once. Marcus's twins used to FaceTime me every Sunday. Linda's daughter would text me pictures from her soccer games. All of that stopped. I know their parents told them something about Grandpa, probably that I'm mean or crazy or chose charity over family. That hurts more than anything Marcus or Linda said to me. I sit in this house now and I think about everything. This is the same house where I carried Eleanor over the threshold in 1973. Her garden is still out back. Tomatoes and herbs she planted years ago that keep coming up every spring. The kitchen still has the countertops she picked out when we remodeled in '89. The bedroom upstairs is where we brought both babies home from the hospital. Some days I wonder if I did the right thing. Maybe I should have just explained calmly why I wanted to keep the house. Maybe I didn't need to go nuclear with the will change and the recording. Maybe there was a middle ground where I could have protected myself without blowing up whatever relationship we had left. But then I remember their faces at my kitchen table. The way they talked about splitting the money. Not a conversation about my safety or my happiness. A business transaction. They'd already spent it in their heads. Disney World. Basement renovations. College funds. They didn't care about where I wanted to live. They cared about their inheritance, and they didn't want to wait for me to die to get it. Yesterday, something new happened. I got a letter from a lawyer I've never heard of. He's representing both Marcus and Linda. The letter said they're exploring legal options to challenge my competency. They're claiming the recording proves I'm paranoid, that changing my will so drastically indicates mental decline and possible dementia, that I'm not capable of making sound decisions anymore. Apparently they tried to talk to my doctor. He wouldn't give them any information because of privacy laws, but they tried. They're building a case that I'm not in my right mind. Bill called me as soon as I forwarded him the letter. He said they don't have a case, said I'm clearly competent, that we have the video statement, that the recording actually proves I was thinking clearly and protecting myself from manipulation. He said not to worry. But they're my kids, and they're treating me like an enemy now, like someone who needs to be defeated in court. I protected what's mine. I stopped them from taking the last thing I have from the life I built with their mother. the home where we raised them, where Eleanor died 3 years ago holding my hand in our bedroom. But I also destroyed whatever relationship we had left. My son and daughter are paying a lawyer to prove I've lost my mind so they can take my house anyway. So I'm asking honestly, was I wrong to record them? Was I wrong to change my will? They say I destroyed the family over a house, but they were willing to put me somewhere I didn't want to go and sell off 50 years of memories so their kids could go to college debt-free. Who's really in the wrong here? It all fell apart the night I made my lying coworker regret stealing my promotion. I, 28, work as a project coordinator at a mid-sized marketing firm downtown. I've always been the quiet but reliable type. I don't get involved in office gossip. I meet my deadlines, and I generally try to avoid drama. My coworker Eli is the complete opposite. He's charming, loud, and has this way of making everything about him. The worst part is how good he is at taking credit for other people's work. For 6 months, we'd been working on this massive campaign pitch for a potential client in the tech industry. It was the kind of project that could make or break careers at our firm. Management made it clear that whoever pulled this off was looking at a serious promotion. Eli and I were assigned as co-leads, which I was actually excited about at first. I handled all the logistics, the data analysis, the client communication, the research, the strategy frameworks. Eli focused on making it look pretty and adding his presentation flair. I genuinely thought we made a good team. He had skills I didn't, and I figured we'd both get recognized for our parts. I should mention that this wasn't the first time Eli had pulled something shady. A few months before this, he'd taken credit for a social media strategy I'd developed during a team meeting. When I tried to speak up, he just talked over me and moved on. Another time, he'd forwarded one of my client emails to our boss and presented my ideas as suggestions he was proposing. I let it slide both times because I didn't want to seem petty or difficult. But this was different. This was months of my life. 3 weeks ago, I walked into the office and immediately knew something was off. People were congratulating Eli left and right. I had no idea what was happening until our boss called an impromptu team meeting. He stood up and started praising Eli's brilliant strategic thinking on the campaign. He said the presentation Eli had shown him was genius, that the client research was thorough, that the data modeling was impressive. My data modeling, my research, my strategy. I just sat there while everyone clapped. My stomach dropped so hard I thought I might be sick. Eli caught my eye for half a second and quickly looked away. He knew exactly what he'd done. After the meeting, I cornered him in the break room. I asked him point blank why he'd presented our project as his solo work to our boss. He didn't even have the decency to look guilty. He just shrugged and said that's business, that I'd get my chance next time. Like I was being naive for expecting basic honesty. Like 6 months of my work was just something he could claim because he got to the boss first. I didn't yell. I didn't threaten him. I just walked away. But here's the thing. We still had to present the campaign to the actual client in 2 weeks. Eli might have fooled our boss, but the client presentation was going to be different. That night, I went home and started planning. I wasn't going to run to HR or send passive-aggressive emails. I was going to let the truth speak for itself. I spent the next 2 weeks preparing. I had access to all our shared files, all the original documents, every email thread with timestamps. I went through everything and created additional slides that I embedded into our presentation deck. These weren't obvious. They were hidden in the appendix section, formatted to look like standard backup data. Each one showed clear authorship metadata, timestamps from when I'd created the original analyses, and internal notes with my name and email signature. I even included a few email screenshots showing me sending strategy drafts to Eli for his feedback. The night before the presentation, I barely slept. I kept running through scenarios in my head. Part of me wondered if I was going too far,
but then I'd remember Eli's face when he shrugged at me in the break room. That's business. No, this was business. The morning of the client meeting, Eli was his usual confident self. We met in the conference room 30 minutes early to set up. There were going to be 4 people from the client side: our boss, 2 other senior managers from our firm, and us. High stakes. Eli did a few practice runs of his opening, completely in his element. I just nodded along and made sure the presentation file was loaded correctly on the system. The clients arrived right on time. Eli launched into his pitch with his typical charisma. I have to admit, he's good at commanding a room. For the first 20 minutes, everything went smoothly. He covered the brand positioning, the target demographics, the creative concepts. All stuff that looked good but didn't require deep knowledge of the actual strategy. Then, one of the clients, their marketing director, asked about our customer segmentation model. Specifically, she wanted to know how we'd weighted the different demographic factors and what data sources we'd used. It was a technical question, and Eli completely froze. He fumbled for a few seconds, trying to give a vague answer about industry best practices. The client pressed harder. She wanted specifics. I jumped in. I said that section was based on my data analysis, and I could walk them through it. I pulled up the next slide, which happened to be one of my embedded ones. There on the screen was the full demographic breakdown, with my name in the document properties, a timestamp from 4 months ago, and detailed methodology notes that clearly showed my analytical approach. The room went quiet. Our boss leaned forward in his seat. I just kept talking, explaining the model like it was completely normal. Then I clicked to another backup slide that showed the client communication timeline. Every email I'd sent, every call I'd logged, all with dates and my signature. One of the senior managers asked Eli to explain how the data reconciled with some of the claims he'd made earlier. Eli tried. He really did. But he didn't know the answers because he hadn't done the work. He mumbled something about collaborative processes and different versions of the analysis. It was painful to watch, honestly. Our boss's face said everything. He'd figured it out. Everyone in that room had figured it out. We somehow made it through the rest of the presentation. I handled most of the technical questions while Eli just stood there looking like he wanted to disappear. The clients seemed satisfied with the pitch itself, but the tension in the room was impossible to ignore. After they left, our boss asked to speak with both of us separately. Eli went first. I sat outside the office for 20 minutes, listening to muffled voices through the door. When it was my turn, our boss didn't waste time. He asked me directly why I hadn't come to him when Eli took credit for the work. I told him the truth. I said I wanted to handle it professionally, and that I knew the client presentation would reveal who actually understood the project. He wasn't happy about the method, but he couldn't argue with the results. He told me he'd be recommending me for the promotion, and that HR would be looking into the situation with Eli. The promotion came through 2 weeks later. Eli didn't get it, obviously. About a month after that, HR quietly moved him to a different department. Not fired, just reassigned to a role where he'd have less client interaction and no direct reports. I heard through the office grapevine that it was part of some agreement to avoid a bigger mess. He doesn't work on my floor anymore, and we haven't spoken since that day. But here's where it gets complicated. Not everyone sees it the way I do. A few of my coworkers have made comments about how I handled things. Sarah from accounts said I set Eli up, and that it was cruel to humiliate him in front of clients like that. Marcus, who sits 2 desks over, told me I should have just gone to HR from the start instead of playing games. They act like I committed some terrible betrayal by letting the truth come out publicly instead of handling it behind closed doors. I've tried explaining that I didn't lie or manipulate anything. I literally just showed the work I'd actually done, with proof and timestamps.
The slides were already part of our presentation materials, just in the appendix. If Eli had actually done the work he claimed, he would have known the answers to those questions. He embarrassed himself by not knowing basic details about a project he supposedly led. Still, there are moments where I wonder if I went too far. The look on his face when he realized what was happening wasn't exactly satisfying. It was just uncomfortable. And yeah, I definitely knew those questions would expose him. I knew he wouldn't be able to answer them. I could have pulled him aside beforehand and threatened to reveal everything unless he came clean. Maybe that would have been the more mature approach. But then I think about him shrugging at me in that break room. That's business. He didn't feel bad about stealing 6 months of my work. He wasn't planning to make it right. If I'd gone to HR first, it would have been my word against his, and Eli's better at talking than I am. So I guess my question is whether the way I exposed him makes me just as bad as he is. My wedding turned into revenge when I made my brother's lies collapse in front of everyone. I, 29-year-old Lafell, recently got married, but what should have been the happiest day of my life turned into something I never could have predicted. My older brother Evan, 32, and I have always had a complicated relationship. He's the golden child who could do no wrong in our parents' eyes, and I was always the difficult one just for having boundaries and opinions of my own. When my fiancé Daniel and I got engaged last year, I was over the moon. We'd been together for 4 years, and he proposed during a weekend trip to the coast. It was perfect. What wasn't perfect was when Evan offered to help with the wedding planning. I didn't want his help, honestly. But my parents pushed hard, saying it would be a good bonding experience and that Evan had great taste and connections. Against my better judgment, I agreed. The problem started almost immediately. Small things at first. He'd suggest vendors, and when I'd pick someone else, he'd act hurt and tell my parents I was being stubborn. Then, the changes started happening behind my back. I found out he'd contacted our caterer and switched our menu to something cheaper, claiming I'd approved it. I hadn't. When I confronted him, he said he was just trying to help us stay within budget and that I was being ungrateful. My parents backed him up, saying he was doing us a favor and I should appreciate it. It got worse. 3 months before the wedding, I discovered he'd cut 5 of my friends from the guest list without asking me. Just removed them and told the venue we had a smaller headcount. His excuse was that we needed to keep costs down and that Daniel's family wasn't contributing as much as expected, so sacrifices had to be made. That didn't sound right to me because Daniel's parents had been nothing but generous, but Evan was so convincing that I started doubting myself. Daniel noticed I was stressed and sat me down one night. He told me something felt off about the whole situation and that we should start checking on things ourselves. That's when we started digging. 1 week before the wedding, Daniel's mom mentioned something that made my blood run cold. She said she was sorry our families couldn't split costs more evenly, but she understood that my family had already contributed so much to the venue deposit. Except my parents hadn't paid for the venue. Daniel and I had. Or at least, we'd given Evan the money to pay for it, since he claimed he could get us a discount through a connection. I checked our bank statements that night. We'd given Evan $8,000 for the venue deposit back in January. I called the venue directly the next morning and asked about our payment history. They told me they'd only received $3,000 as a deposit. $5,000 was just gone. I also started asking around. Turns out Evan had been telling everyone that Daniel's family refused to help financially and that I was being a bridezilla about the whole thing. He'd painted himself as the hero swooping in to save his ungrateful sister's wedding. I wanted to cancel everything. I wanted to scream. Daniel held me while I cried, and then he said something that changed everything. He asked if I wanted to let Evan get away with it, or if I wanted everyone to finally see who he really was. We spent the next 6 days collecting every receipt, every text message, every email. We had bank statements, screenshots, everything. and I decided I wasn't going to confront him privately. Not this time. The morning of the wedding, I was surprisingly calm. My bridesmaids kept asking if I was nervous, and I told them I was just excited. What I didn't tell them was that I'd barely slept, going over the plan in my head. Daniel and I had coordinated everything with the venue's AV person the day before. They thought we just wanted to display some photos during the reception, but we had something else in mind. Evan was everywhere that morning, playing the doting brother role perfectly. He kept checking on me, asking if I needed anything, making sure my parents saw how helpful he was being. I smiled and thanked him every time. My mom kept saying how lucky I was to have such a caring brother. I just nodded. The ceremony itself was beautiful. I wish I could have been more present for it, but I kept thinking about what was coming next. Daniel squeezed my hand during the vows like he knew where my mind was. We'd made a pact the night before that no matter what happened at the reception, we wouldn't let it ruin the fact that we were married. That part was ours. The reception started normally enough. Dinner was served, people were mingling, and Evan was working the room like he always does. Charming everyone, making jokes, being the life of the party. My parents looked so proud of him. Daniel's parents were polite, but I could tell they were uncomfortable. They'd figured out something was wrong during the planning process, even if they didn't know the details yet. Then it was time for speeches. My dad went first, then Daniel's dad, then my maid of honor. Everything was going according to tradition, and then Evan stood up. I don't even know if he was officially supposed to give a speech, but nobody was going to tell the golden child no. He started talking about how close we'd always been growing up, which was a lie, but everyone ate it up. He talked about how honored he was to help plan the wedding, and how it had been challenging at times but so rewarding. Then he said it. He said it had been an honor helping me through everything, especially when things got difficult with the planning and the budget constraints. I saw my opening. Before he could even sit down, I stood up and asked for the mic. He looked confused but handed it over, probably thinking I was going to thank him. I took a breath and said that since Evan brought up his help, I thought everyone deserved to know what that help actually looked like. The room got quiet. Daniel gave me a small nod from his seat. I laid it all out. The unauthorized menu changes, the deleted guests, the lies he'd told about Daniel's family refusing to contribute financially. And then the big one, the $5,000 he'd pocketed from our venue deposit. While I was talking, the AV person put everything up on the screens around the room. Bank statements, text messages, emails, all of it. You could have heard a pin drop. My parents looked like they'd been slapped. Daniel's parents looked vindicated, like everything suddenly made sense. My bridesmaids had their hands over their mouths, and Evan just stood there, his face going from confident to pale in about 10 seconds. He tried to laugh it off at first, saying I was just stressed and confused, so I told everyone I'd already sent digital copies to their emails and they could check for themselves. I watched people pull out their phones. I watched the realization spread across the room. Evan tried to say something else, but someone in the back yelled that they could see the bank transfer right there in their inbox. That's when he lost it. He knocked over his chair and stormed out, saying I was insane and that this was all some kind of misunderstanding. My parents immediately got up and rushed after him, but not before my mom turned to me with a look I'd never seen before. Pure rage. Within 5 minutes, my parents came back without Evan and pulled me aside. They didn't ask if I was okay. They didn't ask for my side. They asked how I could do this, how I could humiliate my brother at my own wedding, how I could air family business in front of everyone like this. My dad said I owed Evan an apology immediately, and that's when I realized this wasn't over, not even close. I told my parents right there at the reception that I wasn't apologizing for telling the truth. My dad said I'd ruined my own wedding over money and drama. My mom said I'd humiliated the entire family. I pointed out that Evan humiliated himself by stealing from us, but they weren't hearing it. Daniel's parents actually stepped in at that point and told my parents they were out of line. It got tense. At my own wedding reception, we decided to just continue with the night. Some guests left early, clearly uncomfortable with the whole situation. But most of my friends stayed, and Daniel's whole family rallied around us. My maid of honor got everyone back to dancing, and honestly, after the initial shock wore off, I felt lighter than I had in months. Our first dance was different than I'd imagined, but it also felt more real somehow, like we'd already survived our first major crisis as a married couple. The week after the wedding was chaos. Evan blocked me on everything. My parents called non-stop, leaving voicemails about how I needed to make this right and apologize publicly. The family group chat exploded with relatives taking sides. My aunt said I should have handled it privately. My uncle said Evan had it coming. My cousin messaged me separately to say Evan had borrowed $3,000 from her 2 years ago and never paid it back. Apparently, I wasn't the only one he'd stolen from. Daniel and I met with a lawyer about 10 days after the wedding. She said we definitely had a case for the stolen deposit and could pursue it in small claims court or potentially press criminal charges for theft. But she also warned us it would make the family situation even worse. We decided to start with a formal demand letter, giving Evan 30 days to pay us back. His response came through a lawyer. He denied everything and threatened to sue us for defamation and emotional distress. His lawyer's letter said we damaged his reputation and caused him psychological harm. It was honestly laughable, considering we had all the proof, but it showed he wasn't planning to take any responsibility. 2 weeks after the wedding, my parents demanded a family meeting. They wanted me to publicly apologize to Evan and drop any legal action. My mom actually said that if I didn't, I was choosing to tear the family apart. Not Evan for stealing, me for exposing it. That's when it really hit me that they were never going to see my side. They were never going to hold him accountable. He could do anything and they'd find a way to blame me for making it a problem. It's been 3 weeks now since the wedding. Evan hasn't paid back a cent. My parents only contact me to guilt-trip me about destroying the family. But I've also heard from relatives I barely knew, telling me their own stories about Evan borrowing money or manipulating situations. My dad's sister told me she'd been waiting years for someone to finally call Evan out. Daniel and I are considering going no contact with my parents. His family has been incredible through all of this, which makes it hurt more that my own parents can't see what Evan did wrong. Our lawyer is ready to file in small claims court whenever we give the word. The weird thing is, I don't regret the wedding speech. I thought I might, but I don't. I've never felt freer than I do right now, even though I'm also grieving the family I thought I had. My parents left another voicemail yesterday saying if we pursue legal action, they won't acknowledge any future grandchildren. So that's where things stand. Some friends think I'm a hero. Others have quietly distanced themselves, probably thinking I'm dramatic. My parents act like I'm the villain, and Evan just sent me a text this morning for the first time since the wedding. I haven't opened it yet. Nothing was the same after I made my father finally face what he did to my mother. I, 32, have been carrying the weight of my parents' marriage for longer than I care to admit. But it wasn't until my father Greg's anniversary dinner that everything came crashing down. I need to back up a bit to explain how I even ended up at that restaurant. 3 months earlier, I got an invitation to my father's anniversary celebration. Not his anniversary with my mom. They've been divorced for 16 years. This was for his new wife, the woman he'd been parading all over Facebook as proof he was a changed man. Every other post was about their fresh start and finding happiness again. The one that really got to me was this long caption about how some people hold on to the past while others choose to move forward. Real subtle, Dad. I grew up in a tense household. Greg was the type who needed control over everything,
money, schedules, how we spent our time, even how we felt about things. My mother spent years trying to keep the peace, walking on eggshells, making excuses for his temper. When I was 16, she left after one particularly bad fight. He told everyone she'd abandoned us, just packed up and walked out on her family. I believed him. For years, I actually believed him. It wasn't until college that I found out the truth. Mom and I reconnected my sophomore year, and she finally told me everything. He'd been hiding debt in her name, draining her savings account, threatening to destroy her credit if she tried to leave. When she finally did leave, she had to get a restraining order. She never told me any of this growing up because she didn't want to poison my relationship with my father. She thought I needed him in my life. So when that anniversary invitation showed up, along with those Facebook posts about being a reformed family man, something in me just snapped. I started thinking about his new wife, this woman who seemed genuinely happy in all those photos. Did she know? Did she have any idea what kind of man she'd married? I made a decision. I went through my old boxes and found the documents my mom had given me years ago. Copies of the legal paperwork, the restraining order, letters from her lawyer documenting the threats. I put them all in a folder. I wasn't even sure I'd go through with it when I drove to the restaurant that night. The folder sat in my jacket pocket like it weighed 50 pounds. Greg was already there when I arrived, playing the gracious host, shaking hands, laughing. His new wife was beside him, smiling at everyone. They looked happy. Part of me thought about just leaving. Then dinner started, and Greg stood up to give a speech. He talked about second chances and fresh starts, and how grateful he was to everyone who supported him. And then he said it. Some people never appreciate loyalty. They'd rather dig up the past than build a future. That's when I knew I couldn't stay quiet. My hands were shaking under the table, but I stood up anyway. The room went completely silent when I stood up. I could feel everyone staring at me, but I was already walking toward the head table where Greg and his wife were sitting. My father's face went from confused to angry in about 2 seconds flat. I pulled out the folder and set it down in front of his wife. I remember my voice was calm, steadier than I expected it to be. I just said, "You deserve to know who he really is." Then I turned around and walked out. Behind me, I heard chairs scraping and Greg starting to yell something, but I didn't stop. I didn't run or make some dramatic exit. I just walked through the restaurant and out the front door like I was leaving any normal dinner. The last thing I heard before the door closed was chaos, raised voices, someone crying, glass breaking maybe. I sat in my car in the parking lot for 20 minutes before I could actually drive. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I kept thinking about the look on his wife's face when I handed her that folder. She'd looked so confused, like she couldn't understand what was happening. When I finally got home, my phone was already blowing up. Texts from relatives I hadn't heard from in months, all with variations of, "What did you do?" or, "How could you?" A few were supportive. My cousin Sarah sent me a simple, "About time." But most of them were angry, or shocked, or both. I didn't answer any calls that night. I just sat there watching my phone light up, over and over again. The next morning, I woke up to 47 missed calls. Most were from my father. I finally listened to one of his voicemails and immediately regretted it. He was screaming, barely coherent, calling me every name in the book. According to him, his wife had read through the entire folder right there at the table, confronted him in front of everyone, and then left the restaurant. She'd apparently packed her things and left the house by morning. His friends had started cutting contact too. Someone had posted about what happened on social media, and it spread fast. My father's carefully constructed image of the reformed family man was gone. Then the family started choosing sides. My aunt called to tell me I'd done the right thing, that someone needed to hold him accountable. My uncle called an hour later to tell me I was cruel, that I'd destroyed an old man over something that happened decades ago. That phrase kept coming up. It was so long ago, and why drag up ancient history? A few family members even shared their own stories about Greg, things I'd never heard before. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who'd been keeping secrets. But the worst calls were from the relatives who said I should have handled it privately, that humiliating him publicly was too far. Maybe they were right. I don't know. My father spent decades hiding who he really was. I'd spent one night exposing it, and now I couldn't tell if I'd done something brave or something cruel. 2 weeks have passed since that dinner, and I still haven't spoken to my father. The family is completely divided at this point. Half of them won't talk to me. The other half won't talk to him. Holiday gatherings are going to be a nightmare. My mom finally called a few days after everything went down. She'd heard about it through the family grapevine. Her reaction was complicated. She seemed vindicated in some way, but also worried about me. She said she never asked me to fight her battles, that she'd made peace with what happened years ago. I think part of her was concerned I'd sacrificed too much for something that wasn't mine to fix. We talked for a long time that night. She told me she understood why I did it. But she also said that exposure doesn't always equal healing. Sometimes it just creates new wounds. I've been thinking about that a lot. Through various family members, I've gotten updates about Greg. His wife hasn't come back. She filed for separation last week. He's been quiet on social media, which is probably the smartest thing he's done in months. Some of his friends tried to reach out to him, but apparently he's not handling any of this well. He's still maintaining he did nothing wrong, that the documents were taken out of context, that my mom was equally to blame. Same old Greg. The weirdest part was when his wife actually reached out to me. She sent a brief email thanking me for telling her the truth, even though the way I did it was harsh. She said she'd had some concerns, but dismissed them because he seemed so genuine. She wished I'd told her privately, but she understood why I didn't trust that approach. I don't know if that makes me feel better or worse about the whole thing. What keeps me up at night is wondering if I did this for the right reasons. Was I protecting her, or was I punishing him? Maybe it was both. Maybe I'll never really know. Some of the family members who are still talking to me keep saying that abusers count on silence, that someone needed to speak up. The ones who aren't talking to me say I'm bitter, that I ruined a man's life over something from decades ago that didn't even happen to me. Both sides make sense in their own way, which is the most frustrating part. My father tried to reach out through my uncle last week. He wanted to talk things through and clear the air. I haven't responded. I don't know what there is to say. He's never once actually apologized or admitted what he did was wrong. He just wants me to take it back somehow, to fix what I broke. I honestly don't know if I did the right thing anymore. That folder felt like evidence when I walked into that restaurant. Now it feels like a grenade I threw into the middle of everyone's lives, including my own. Reddit, I need outside perspective on this. Am I the asshole for revealing my father's past abuse in front of his new wife, instead of letting the past stay buried? So I let my daughter learn the hard way, who her perfect fiancé really was. I'm 68, a retired nurse who's been living alone in a small town for the past 5 years since my husband passed. My daughter Emma, 32, is a registered nurse at the county hospital, and about 6 months ago, she got engaged to a man who set off every alarm bell I had from the moment I met him. Derek is 35 and claims to be some kind of business consultant, though I've never been entirely clear on what that means. The first time Emma brought him to my house for Sunday dinner, he walked through my living room like he was doing a property assessment. He complimented the original hardwood floors, asked about when the house was built, mentioned how lucky I was to have bought real estate in this area before prices went crazy. Then we went out to eat afterward, and he ordered a $50 bottle of wine. When the check came, he did this whole performance of patting down his jacket pockets and announcing he must have left his wallet in his other pants. Emma pulled out her credit card without hesitation. I didn't say anything that night. I figured maybe I was being judgmental. Maybe he really did forget his wallet. But then it happened again the next time we met up. And the time after that. Every single time we went anywhere, Derek's wallet was mysteriously absent, and Emma was paying for everything. Then, about 3 months into their relationship, he asked Emma to co-sign on a business loan. Said his credit was temporarily affected by some mix-up with his accountant, and he just needed her signature to get things moving. I tried to talk to her about it privately, suggested maybe she should think it over, get some details about this business of his. She shut me down immediately, told me I was being overprotective and that I needed to stop treating her like a child. She's 32 years old, she said, and perfectly capable of making her own decisions. So, I backed off. What else could I do? She's a grown woman, and she'd made it clear my opinion wasn't welcome. But I kept watching, and the more I watched, the worse it got. He convinced her to put her name on his business documents for his LLC filing, said it was just for convenience. He borrowed her car constantly because his was always in the shop. He started talking about their future in a way that always seemed to circle back to money and security and my house. Emma changed during those months. My smart, independent daughter, who'd put herself through nursing school, started making excuses for him. When I pointed out he never seemed to pay for anything, she said he was going through a rough patch, and that's what partners do. When I asked about the business loan, she got defensive and said I wouldn't understand because I'd never run a business. I watched her turn into someone I didn't recognize, someone who couldn't see what was right in front of her face. Then, one Tuesday morning, I was at Rosie's Cafe getting my usual coffee. I go there every week, same time, same table by the window. I was waiting for my order when I heard Derek's voice coming from the booth directly behind me. I started to turn around to say hello, but then I actually heard what he was saying. He was talking to some guy I didn't recognize, and he said, "I'm telling you, man, I hit the jackpot with this one. Nurse with a steady paycheck, and her mom owns that big Victorian on Maple Street outright. No mortgage. Once we're married, I just need to convince the old lady to let us move in, maybe get myself on some paperwork, and I'm set." The mom's what, 68? 70? How much longer is she really going to be around anyway? The other guy laughed. They clinked their glasses together like they were celebrating. I sat there frozen. My coffee came and I didn't touch it. I just stared at the wall while my hands shook and this wave of cold rage washed over me. This wasn't paranoia or a mother being overprotective. This was real. This man was actively planning to use my daughter to get to my house, my money, everything I'd worked for. And I knew, sitting in that cafe, that telling Emma what I'd overheard wouldn't change anything. She was too far gone. She'd say I misunderstood, or took it out of context, or was looking for reasons to hate him. I'd already tried warning her in gentler ways, and she'd accused me of being controlling. No, if Emma was going to see Derek for who he really was, I was going to have to show her. And I was going to need to be smart about it. That same afternoon, I called my lawyer, Martin. He's been handling my legal stuff for 20 years, so when I told him I wanted to update my will, he didn't ask questions. The truth is, Emma was already my primary beneficiary, but Derek didn't know that. Martin understood what I was doing the second I explained it, and he was more than happy to help me set the stage. 2 days later, Emma and Derek came over for dinner, like they did most Thursdays. I made pot roast, nothing fancy. And while Emma was setting the table, I made sure to take Martin's call in my study, with the door wide open. I spoke loud enough that my voice carried into the living room, where Derek was supposedly watching TV. I said things like, "Yes, I want everything to go to Emma," and "the house, the savings, the investment accounts, all of it. I saw Derek's head turn toward my study. He was absolutely listening, pretending to be focused on whatever show was on, but clearly tuned in to every word I said. The change in him was almost immediate. Within a week, he started showing up at my house more often, always with some excuse. He'd bring groceries I didn't ask for, offer to mow my lawn even though I have a lawn service, mention how worried he was about me living alone at my age. He started every conversation with Emma by saying things like, "Your mom really shouldn't be doing this by herself," or, "What if something happens and nobody's there?" Then came his master plan. He suggested that he and Emma should move in with me. He sat in my kitchen and looked at me with this practiced expression of concern and said it would be so much easier if they were here to take care of me. That I'd done so much for Emma over the years, and now it was their turn to do something for me. He actually called me Mrs. Patterson in this syrupy voice that made my skin crawl. I had to leave the room because I was about to laugh in his face. The act was so obvious, so transparent, but Emma was buying every word of it. When I came back, she was looking at me with this hopeful expression, saying, "See, Mom, he's not what you thought. He really does care about family." I told them I'd think about it, and Derek ramped everything up after that. He started coming by almost daily with things I didn't need. He fixed a loose cabinet door that had been loose for 2 years, and suddenly it was urgent. He talked constantly about how we were going to be family soon anyway, so why not start now? But every time I tried to hint to Emma that something was off about his sudden interest in my well-being, she got defensive. When I mentioned he seemed very focused on my financial situation, she actually got angry with me. Said I was being cynical, and that not everyone had ulterior motives, that maybe he just wanted to build a relationship with me before the wedding. I realized I needed to push this further, so I went back to Martin and had him draft a fake will. This one left everything to charity. The Humane Society got the house, the Children's Hospital got my savings, the Literacy Foundation got my investment accounts. Emma would get some personal items and family photos, but that was it. I left this fake document in my study drawer, the one that doesn't quite close all the way, where anyone snooping would find it. Derek found it within 3 days. I came home early from a doctor's appointment and caught him in my study with the drawer open. He jumped when I walked in and gave me some excuse about looking for a pen, even though there's a cup full of pens on my desk in plain view. Everything changed after that. He stopped coming around, started picking fights with Emma about me, calling me controlling and manipulative. Said I was holding money over her head and using my will to keep her under my thumb. Emma was confused and hurt, but she still defended him, still made excuses. I thought I was going to have to come up with another plan, some other way to make her see the truth. But then my own body ended up doing the work for me, just not in any way I could have predicted. My pharmacy made a mistake with my heart medication, filled the prescription at double the strength I was supposed to take. I picked up the pills on a Friday, and 3 days later I collapsed in my kitchen. The next thing I knew, I was waking up in the ICU with Emma sobbing next to my bed, and everything had fallen apart. Except, I wasn't really awake at first. I was conscious enough to hear what was happening around me, but I couldn't move or open my eyes or respond. The doctors were telling Emma it was touch and go, that the medication error had done serious damage, and the next 48 hours were critical. I heard her call Derek, heard her crying so hard she could barely get the words out, begging him to come to the hospital. He never showed up. When I finally came around fully 2 days later, Emma was passed out in the chair next to my bed. She looked awful, like she hadn't slept or eaten since I'd been admitted. The second she realized I was awake, she started crying again. But this time it was different. This wasn't relief. This was something broken. It took her a while to get the story out between sobs. The day after I was admitted, when the doctors were saying I might not make it through the night, Derek told her he needed access to their joint savings account for emergency business expenses. Emma was so destroyed about potentially losing me that she just gave him the login information without thinking twice about it. He took everything. $38,000. Every penny she'd saved from years of working as a nurse, including the money her father had left her when he died. Then Derek vanished. His phone was disconnected. When Emma went to his apartment after leaving the hospital, the landlord said he'd cleared out in the middle of the night. No forwarding address, no explanation, just gone, along with all her money. She kept saying she was sorry, over and over, crying into my hospital blanket. Said she should have listened to me, that I'd known all along what he was and she'd called me overprotective and controlling, that I'd just been trying to protect her and she'd thrown it back in my face. I held her and didn't say any of the things I could have said. Didn't say I told you so. Didn't mention the fake will or the conversation I'd overheard at the cafe, or any of the planning I'd done. What would be the point? She'd learned the truth, and yeah, she'd learned it in the worst possible way. But at least she'd learned it. If I'd confronted her that day at Rosie's, if I'd told her what Derek had said about me and my house, she would have defended him. She would have married him anyway, and I probably would have lost her on top of everything else. The police took a report but told us cases like this rarely go anywhere. Derek had been smart about it, smart enough not to leave a trail they could follow. Emma's been beating herself up every single day since. I've watched my confident, capable daughter turn into someone who second-guesses everything, who sees threats everywhere, who can't trust her own judgment anymore. She moved in with me after I got released from the hospital. Not because I actually need someone to take care of me, but because she said she couldn't stand being alone with her thoughts. We don't talk about Derek much. His name leaves this bitter taste that neither of us wants to deal with. Martin called me last week asking if I wanted to finalize the real will now that, as he put it, all that unpleasantness was over. I told him I'd get back to him. Here's the thing I haven't told Emma. The thing I'll probably never tell her. I knew my pharmacy had filled that prescription wrong. I'm a retired nurse. I spent 40 years checking medications and dosages. The second I picked up those pills, I looked at them and saw they were double the strength they should have been. I could have called the pharmacy right then and had them corrected. It would have taken one phone call. But some part of me, some dark, calculating part, saw an opportunity. A way to force Derek's hand and show Emma exactly who he was. I didn't plan on ending up in the ICU. That part was real and dangerous and, honestly, pretty stupid on my part. But I made the choice to take those pills knowing something was wrong with them. And because of that choice, Emma lost everything she'd saved and whatever faith she had left in people. She looks at me now like I'm fragile, like I might break any second. And I know I did that to her as much as Derek did. She's safe from him now. She won't lose her house or end up tied to his debts or spend years of her life with someone who only saw her as a paycheck. I saved her from all of that. But I also took something from her that she's never getting back. And some nights, I wake up wondering if I'm really any better than he was. Just another person manipulating her to get what I wanted, even if what I wanted was to protect her. Was I cruel for letting her learn the truth this way instead of warning her outright, even knowing she wouldn't have listened? Could I have handled things better when I refused to let my sister bring her dog to my baby shower? I'm 27 and currently pregnant with my first child. This whole situation happened during what was supposed to be a happy time in my life. But honestly, it's turned into this massive family drama that I'm still dealing with. My sister Emma is 24, and she's completely obsessed with her golden retriever, Max. I mean, obsessed, to the point where it's genuinely concerning sometimes. Emma treats Max like he's literally her human child. She talks to him in baby talk constantly, posts daily Instagram stories documenting his every move, like he's hitting developmental milestones, and brings him absolutely everywhere. I'm talking restaurants, family dinners, birthday parties, you name it. Last year, she even brought him to our grandmother's 80th birthday celebration and spent the entire time focused on Max instead of Grandma. It's gotten to the point where family events revolve around whether Max will be there and what accommodations need to be made for him. Here's the thing, though. I'm severely allergic to dogs, like really allergic. Within minutes of being around them, my eyes start watering, I can't stop sneezing, my throat gets scratchy and tight, and I just feel miserable. Emma has known about this allergy for years. I've had to leave family gatherings early because of it multiple times. I've asked her repeatedly to at least give me a heads up when she's planning to bring Max somewhere so I can take allergy medication beforehand and try to prepare myself. When I started planning my baby shower, I specifically looked for venues that didn't allow pets. I wanted one day where I could actually enjoy myself without being congested and miserable the entire time. The community hall I booked downtown had a clear no pets policy, which honestly was part of what made me choose it. I figured this would be straightforward. No pets allowed means no pets allowed. About a week before the shower, Emma called me out of nowhere. She started the conversation normally, asking about the guest list and what food we were serving. But then she casually dropped the question I was dreading. She asked if she could bring Max because he's family too, and she thought he'd love to meet everyone and be part of the celebration. The way she said it was so casual, like she assumed I'd obviously say yes. Benadryl. She even suggested I was exaggerating my reaction because I don't like dogs. I stayed firm and told her this wasn't up for negotiation. I explained that this was my baby shower. I'm already dealing with pregnancy discomfort, and I didn't want to spend the day feeling sick from allergies on top of everything else. I pointed out again that the venue doesn't even allow pets, so bringing Max would potentially get us kicked out entirely. Emma's tone completely shifted. She accused me of not caring about what's important to her and said I was being selfish. She kept calling Max her baby and saying I should understand the bond between a mother and her child, especially since I'm about to be a mother myself. The conversation got more and more heated until she finally said she needed to think about whether she even wanted to come to the shower at all if Max wasn't welcome. I told her that was her choice to make, but my decision wasn't changing. She hung up on me without saying goodbye. I remember sitting there staring at my phone thinking this was such a ridiculous thing to fight about, but also feeling frustrated that she was making my baby shower about her and her dog. I should have known from that phone call that she wasn't going to let this go. Emma has always been dramatic when she doesn't get her way, but I genuinely thought she'd respect my boundaries this time since it was such an important day. I was completely wrong about that. The morning of my baby shower, I was already feeling anxious about everything going smoothly when my phone buzzed with a text from my cousin Sarah. She asked if I knew that Emma was planning to bring Max anyway. My stomach dropped immediately. I called Emma right away, but it went straight to voicemail. I tried 2 more times with the same result, and that's when I knew she was avoiding me on purpose. I drove to the community hall earlier than planned because I had this sinking feeling that Emma was actually going to show up with Max despite everything we'd discussed. Sure enough, when I pulled into the parking lot, Emma's silver Honda was already there, and I could see Max's golden head visible through the back window. I just sat in my car for a minute, trying to process that my sister had actually decided to completely ignore my boundaries and bring her dog to my baby shower. When I walked into the venue, Emma was already inside, acting like nothing was. Linda was already taking photos with him and that he was being such a good boy. But I was getting more congested by the minute, and I could feel myself starting to get really angry. I told her again that she needed to either leave with Max or put him back in her car immediately. I reminded her that I'd specifically said no to this, and that the venue didn't even allow pets in the first place. That's when Emma completely lost it. She started raising her voice about how I was being heartless and unreasonable. She went on about how Max is part of the family and how I was ruining her day by being so inflexible. The worst part was when she said I was going to be a terrible mother if I couldn't even show compassion for her baby. She actually called Max her baby while yelling at me about my unborn actual baby. The entire room went dead silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing and just stared at us. My mom tried to step in and calm Emma down, but she was on a complete rampage at this point. She started talking about how she'd been preparing Max for this moment and how I was being selfish and controlling. She said I always had to have everything my way and that I didn't care about anyone else's feelings. I could feel my pregnancy hormones making everything worse, and I started crying right there in front of everyone. Some of my friends looked mortified, while my relatives were all whispering to each other and looking back and forth between Emma and me. The whole situation was becoming this huge spectacle, which was exactly what I'd been trying to avoid. Emma kept going even after I started crying. She talked about how unwelcome I was making her feel and how this was supposed to be a family celebration, but I was excluding part of her family. She said Max had every right to be there and that my allergies were just an excuse because I've never liked dogs. Meanwhile, I'm standing there pregnant, congested, and crying at my own baby shower while my sister yells at me about her dog. My dad finally stepped in because the situation was getting completely out of hand. He told Emma she had two choices. She could leave with Max right now, or she could miss the shower entirely. He said this wasn't up for discussion anymore and that she was being disrespectful and selfish. Emma stared at him for a second like she couldn't believe he was taking my side. She grabbed Max's leash dramatically and announced making excuses for Emma's behavior, while my dad looked embarrassed and kept shaking his head. Some of my older relatives, especially my great-aunt Margaret, kept making comments about how I should have just let it slide since family is more important than rules. She said something about how when she was my age, they didn't make such a big fuss over these kinds of things. But then my close friends and a few other family members pulled me aside to tell me I'd done the right thing. My best friend Jessica said Emma was completely out of line, and that showing up with Max after I'd explicitly said no was manipulative and disrespectful. My cousin on my dad's side said she couldn't believe Emma had caused such a scene at my baby shower, and that she would have done the same thing in my position. The whole event just felt off after that. People were still trying to celebrate, and we went through all the motions of opening gifts and playing games, but I couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened. My allergies were still bothering me from the few minutes Max had been inside, and I kept sneezing throughout the gift opening. Every time someone took a photo, I wondered if I looked as miserable as I felt. That evening, after everyone had gone home and we'd cleaned up the hall, I decided to call Emma and try to talk things through. I was still hurt and angry, but I figured maybe we could have a calm conversation now that some time had passed. When she finally answered, I told her that showing up with Max after I'd specifically said no was crossing a line, and that she'd disrespected me on what was supposed to be a special day. Emma wasn't having any of it. She said I'd embarrassed her in front of the entire family and made her feel like an outsider at her own sister's baby shower. She kept going on about how I don't respect her as a dog mom and that I've never understood how important Max is to her. She said I was being dramatic about my allergies and that I could have just taken some medication instead of making such a big deal out of everything. I tried to explain that this wasn't about not liking Max or not understanding their bond, but about her completely ignoring my clearly stated boundaries. I pointed out that I'm pregnant, dealing with enough discomfort already, and just wanted one day where I didn't have to worry about my allergies. She said I was being selfish and that everything always has to be about me. Think I was being unreasonable and should have just dealt with it for a few hours to keep the peace. Others think Emma was completely out of line and that I shouldn't have had to deal with any of this at my own baby shower. It's been 2 weeks, and Emma still won't talk to me directly. Then last week, my cousin Sarah told me something that made me even more certain I was right to stand my ground. Apparently, Emma had bought a special bow tie for Max and had brought balloons that spelled out something like Big Brother Max or something equally ridiculous. She'd been planning some kind of surprise entrance where Max would come trotting in as part of the baby shower celebration. Learning that made me realize she'd never had any intention of respecting my wishes from the beginning. She'd planned this whole elaborate thing involving her dog at my baby shower and just expected me to go along with it when she surprised me. Now, I'm left wondering if this rift with Emma is going to be permanent, or if we'll eventually work through it. Part of me thinks I should reach out again, but honestly, I'm still pretty hurt that she put me in that position in the first place.
Could I have handled things better when my sister announced her divorce during my baby's baptism reception? I'm a 33-year-old mother, and this whole mess happened 3 weeks ago, but I can't stop thinking about it. My sister Emma is 36, and honestly, she's always been the type to make every family gathering about whatever crisis she's dealing with at the moment. Usually it's something with her marriage to Mark, which has been a disaster for as long as I can remember. Look, I get that Emma's been struggling. Mark is controlling, he's financially irresponsible, and he's just generally not a good husband. I've listened to her complain about him for literally years. I've let her cry on my shoulder. I've given her advice she never takes. And I've bitten my tongue when she goes right back to him after saying she's done. But this baptism was supposed to be different. This was supposed to be about my son. We had everything planned perfectly. The ceremony was at 10 a.m. at our church, and then we booked the church hall for a reception afterward. I'm talking about 60 people, both sides of the family, close friends, even some of my husband's co-workers who wanted to celebrate with us. We spent weeks getting everything ready. I ordered catering from this nice Italian place. My mom helped me decorate the hall with these beautiful white and gold decorations, and my mother-in-law made this amazing cake. It was going to be this lovely afternoon celebrating our son being welcomed into our faith community. The morning went great. The ceremony was beautiful. The baby didn't cry during the important parts, and everyone seemed genuinely happy to be there. The priest did this really touching blessing, and when we got to the hall afterward, people were in such good spirits. Everyone was complimenting how well-behaved the baby was, taking pictures, asking about when he started sleeping through the night. All the normal new baby stuff that I was actually excited to talk about for once. We let everyone get settled and get their food, and then my husband and I stood up to do a quick thank you speech. Nothing fancy, just thanking everyone for coming and for all the support they've shown us since the baby was born. I talked about how meaningful it was to have him surrounded by so much love on this important day. People were smiling, nodding along, because everyone could tell something was happening. She announced that she was filing for divorce from Mark and made this toast to new beginnings. Just like that, at my baby's baptism reception, in front of 60 people who came there to celebrate my son, not to hear about her marriage problems. The reaction was immediate, and it was awful. Half the room immediately swarmed her table to console her and ask what happened. The other half just sat there looking shocked and uncomfortable, probably wondering if they should leave or pretend they didn't hear anything. My baby started fussing, probably picking up on all the tension, and suddenly, my beautiful baptism celebration turned into Emma's divorce announcement party. People completely forgot why we were all there in the first place. I sat there watching everyone rush to comfort my sister while my son squirmed in my arms, and I felt this rage building up that I'd never felt before. This was supposed to be his day. One day that wasn't about Emma's drama, and she couldn't even give me that. I tried to keep it together for about 10 minutes, but watching everyone fawn over Emma while completely ignoring the reason we were all supposed to be there was making me sick. People were clustering around her table, rubbing her shoulders, asking when this happened and if she was okay. Meanwhile, my son was crying, and no one seemed to remember we were at his baptism reception. The whole energy of the room had shifted from celebration to crisis management,
and I was just sitting there, holding my fussy baby, watching it all unfold. My mother-in-law could see I was about to lose it, so she took the baby from me and told me to go handle whatever needed handling. I waited until Emma stepped away from her crowd of supporters to get another drink. Then I followed her over to the side of the room and pulled her into the hallway outside the reception hall. I kept my voice low because I didn't want to make an even bigger scene, but I was furious. I asked her what the hell she was thinking announcing her divorce at my baby's baptism. She immediately started crying and got all defensive, saying she was going through the worst time of her life and couldn't believe her own sister was more worried about her party than supporting her family. I told her that of course I wanted to support her, but this wasn't the time or place for this kind of announcement. I said she could have called me tomorrow. Down. Emma played right into it too, going on about how she just needed support and couldn't understand why I was being so cruel. I tried to explain that it wasn't about her getting divorced. It was about her choosing my son's baptism as the venue to announce it. But Emma just kept crying louder, saying I was being selfish and that family should come first. Our cousin Mike actually put his arm around Emma and gave me this look like I was some kind of monster for not immediately dropping everything to comfort her. The worst part was going back into that reception hall and seeing how the whole mood had changed. People were still talking in hushed tones about Emma's situation. Half the conversations I overheard were about her divorce, not about the baptism. Some people came up to me asking if Emma was okay and what they could do to help, like my newborn son wasn't even there anymore. A few people did try to redirect back to congratulating us, but it felt forced and awkward because everyone was still processing Emma's bombshell. Emma came back in after about 20 minutes, still sniffling and accepting hugs from everyone. She had this whole crowd of relatives around her offering to help her move out, asking about lawyers, planning when they could get together to support her through this transition. Meanwhile, the beautiful cake my mother-in-law made was sitting there, barely touched, because people were too distracted to eat dessert. I spent the rest of the reception feeling like a guest at my own son's party. People kept approaching me to ask about Emma, rather than to congratulate us or talk about the baby. When they did mention the baptism, it felt like an afterthought. The whole celebration that we'd planned for weeks, that was supposed to be this special milestone for our family, became background noise to Emma's personal drama. By the time people started leaving, I felt completely drained and angry. This was supposed to be one of those days I'd look back on fondly, but instead, all I could think about was how my sister had hijacked it for her own purposes. The worst part was that I could tell some of our relatives thought I was being unreasonable for being upset about it. Emma ended up leaving about an hour before the reception was supposed to end, and of course she made a whole production out of that too. She went around hugging everyone and thanking them for their support, tears streaming situation than she did asking about her new great-grandson. The whole thing just felt hollow after that. The next few days were even worse than the actual reception. I started getting texts from various family members, and I thought maybe they were checking in to see how we were doing after such a weird day. Instead, they were all about Emma. My aunt texted me saying I should reach out to my sister because she really needed support right now. My cousin Sarah called me and said she was disappointed in how cold I'd been to Emma during her time of crisis. Even my own mother said I should have handled things better and shown more compassion. When I tried to explain to people that I wasn't upset about Emma getting divorced, I was upset about her choosing my baby's baptism to announce it. They acted like I was being petty. My aunt actually used the word selfish when describing my reaction. She said Emma was going through a major life change and needed her family, and I was too focused on my own event to see that. A few people told me that family should always come first, and that a baptism reception was just a party, while Emma's divorce was a real crisis. I felt like I was going crazy. Was I really being unreasonable for wanting one day that wasn't about Emma's problems? I started second-guessing myself, wondering if maybe I should have just smiled and let her have her moment. Maybe I was being too sensitive about the timing. Maybe I really was being a bad sister. But then last week I found out something that changed everything. My cousin Beth called me to check in, and she mentioned something that made my blood boil. She said Emma had actually called her the night before the baptism to give her a heads up about what was going to happen. According to Beth, Emma said she was planning to drop the news at the reception because everyone would be gathered in one place, and she'd only have to say it once instead of making a bunch of individual phone calls. So this wasn't some spontaneous moment of needing support. She had planned this. She literally used my son's baptism as her personal announcement platform because it was convenient for her. She knew exactly what she was going to do and how it would affect the day, and she did it anyway. Beth seemed to realize how messed up this was when she told me, because she got really quiet after she said it. Now I'm even more angry than I was before. Sister. I keep replaying that day in my head, wondering if there was a way I could have handled it differently. But I honestly don't know what I was supposed to do. Should I have just let her turn my baby's baptism into her divorce announcement party and pretended everything was fine? Am I being difficult for refusing to rewrite my brother's wedding vows after he asked me last minute? I'm a 28-year-old woman who works as a freelance writer, and my brother Jake is 32 and was getting married the next day. This whole mess happened at his wedding venue the night before the ceremony, and I'm still not sure if I handled it right. To give you some context, Jake has always leaned on me whenever he needs to sound good in writing. Throughout our lives, he's asked me to help with birthday cards for girlfriends, best man speeches, even job application cover letters. I'm talking about everything from thank you notes to our grandmother to his college essays. The thing is, it's always been last minute and always stressful for me. He'll text me at 11 p.m. asking me to make something sound more professional or add some emotion to whatever he's written. I usually end up dropping what I'm doing to help because, well, he's my brother, and I know he struggles with expressing himself in writing. The pattern has been the same for years. He writes something basic, realizes it doesn't capture what he wants to say, panics and calls me. I rewrite it or heavily edit it. He thanks me briefly, and then months later the cycle repeats. I've always felt a little weird about it, especially with romantic stuff, because shouldn't those words come from him? But I told myself I was just helping family. So there I was at the rehearsal dinner venue, exhausted from helping set up decorations and dealing with wedding chaos all day. The rehearsal had just ended, and most of the family was mingling and having drinks. I was finally sitting down for the first time in hours when Jake approached me looking stressed. He had this crumpled piece of paper in his hand, and I immediately knew what was coming. He sat down next to me and said he needed my help with something important. Then he handed me the paper with his wedding vows on it. They were handwritten in his messy scrawl, maybe 4 or 5 sentences total. Pretty basic stuff about loving Sarah and being excited to marry her. Nothing terrible, just simple and from the heart. Jake looked at me and said they didn't sound romantic enough and asked if I could fix them up to make them sound better. He said Sarah had been working on her vows for weeks and his sounded stupid in comparison. Someone else. But Jake kept pushing. He said I was overthinking it and that it was just polishing what he already had. He reminded me of all the times I'd helped him before and said this was the most important one. When I tried to explain why this felt different, he got frustrated and said I was making it complicated when it didn't need to be. The worst part was that I could see he was genuinely stressed about it. His wedding was tomorrow. He was nervous about speaking in front of everyone, and he really did want to make Sarah happy. But asking me to rewrite his vows felt like crossing a line I wasn't comfortable with. This wasn't a job application or a birthday card. These were the words he was going to say when he married the love of his life. I told him I wasn't comfortable rewriting something that was supposed to come from his heart, especially with such short notice. That's when everything went sideways. Jake's face completely changed when I said I wasn't comfortable rewriting his vows. The stress turned into anger, and he snapped at me like I'd just slapped him.
He said I was being ridiculous and that I was sabotaging his big day. According to him, I was choosing the worst possible time to suddenly develop principles about my writing. He got louder, which started drawing attention from other family members nearby. My mom noticed first and came over asking what was wrong. Jake immediately launched into this whole thing about how I was refusing to help him and how I was going to ruin his wedding. He made it sound like I was being completely unreasonable and selfish. That's when the family drama really kicked in. My mom immediately sided with Jake, saying I should just help him and that it would only take me a few minutes. She said it was his wedding day and that I was making everything about me. My aunt chimed in agreeing, saying family comes first and that I was being too stubborn. They kept using phrases like, for the sake of peace, and just this once, even though it definitely wasn't just this once. But my dad and my uncle actually spoke up for me. My dad said it was unfair of Jake to put me in that position the night before his wedding, and my uncle pointed out that Jake had months to work on his vows if they were so important to him. This just made Jake angrier, because now he felt like
Just got more frustrated and said I was being dramatic and overthinking everything. My mom kept pressuring me to just do it, saying I could make everyone happy if I would stop being difficult. She said I was creating unnecessary drama on what should be a perfect weekend. Even some of Jake's friends who had overheard were giving me looks like I was being the unreasonable one. The pressure was intense. Everyone was staring at us. The rehearsal dinner was basically paused because of our argument, and Jake looked genuinely panicked about his wedding day. Part of me wanted to just give in, like I always did, write the damn vows, and make everyone happy. It would have been so much easier. But something about the whole situation felt wrong in a way I couldn't ignore. Jake hadn't just asked for help. He'd demanded it, guilted me when I hesitated, and then tried to turn the whole family against me when I expressed discomfort. He was treating me like his personal writing service rather than his sister, and he was doing it at the worst possible time, when the pressure to say yes was enormous. The breaking point came when Jake said I was being selfish, and that I clearly didn't care about his happiness or Sarah's. He said if I really loved him, I wouldn't hesitate to help him on the most important day of his life. He made it sound like refusing to rewrite his vows meant I didn't care about his marriage or his future. That's when I realized this wasn't really about the vows at all. This was about boundaries, respect, and whether I was going to keep enabling this pattern where Jake expected me to fix his problems at the last minute without any consideration for how it affected me. I looked at him, surrounded by family members who were all waiting for my answer, and I knew I had to make a choice that I could live with. I took a deep breath and told Jake I wouldn't rewrite his vows. I said I understood he was nervous and wanted them to be perfect, but that they needed to come from him. I offered a compromise. I said I'd sit with him and help him practice reading what he'd already written, so he'd feel more confident delivering them. Jake's reaction was immediate and harsh. He said that wasn't good enough, and that I was basically useless if I wouldn't actually help him, and that I was trying to sabotage his marriage. Then he stormed off, crumpling up his vows and shoving them in his pocket. He didn't say another word to me for the rest of the night. The aftermath was uncomfortable as hell. The rest of the family was awkwardly trying to get back to the rehearsal dinner, but everyone was clearly talking about what had just happened. I could hear whispers and see people glancing at me. Some relatives came up to me later, saying I should have just helped him, that it was his wedding day, and I was being too rigid about the whole thing. The wedding day itself was weird. Jake barely acknowledged me during the ceremony preparations. He clearly hadn't asked anyone else to help with his vows, and when it came time for the ceremony, he just read exactly what he'd written on that crumpled paper. His vows were short and simple, nothing fancy, but they seemed genuine. Sarah cried during them, and honestly, they were sweet in their simplicity. But Jake was still giving me the silent treatment. During the reception, he avoided me completely. When people asked why we weren't talking, some family members would quietly mention that we'd had a disagreement about the vows. I started hearing whispers that I had ruined the romance of the wedding by refusing to help make his vows more beautiful. The whole thing made me feel terrible. Part of me wondered if I should have just sucked it up and helped him. It would have taken me maybe 30 minutes, and everyone would have been happy. Jake would have felt confident. Sarah would have gotten beautiful vows, and the family wouldn't have been dealing with this drama. But then something happened that made me feel a lot better about my decision. About a week after the wedding, my cousin told me something she'd heard from Sarah's sister. Apparently, Sarah had found out about Jake asking me to rewrite his vows, and she was actually upset about it. But she wasn't upset with me for refusing. She was upset with Jake for not taking his vows seriously enough to write them himself. Sarah's sister said that Sarah felt hurt that Jake had planned to have someone else write what were supposed to be his personal promises to her. She was disappointed that he hadn't put in the effort himself, and that he'd expected me to make them sound deep instead of just speaking from his heart. According to her sister, Sarah actually preferred the simple. Was it unfair of me to refuse my mother-in-law's demand to hold the first baby photo before I even got one? I'm a 29-year-old new mother, and my mother-in-law, Linda, 58, has been making my pregnancy absolutely miserable from day one. My husband, Jake, 31, always tells me that's just how his mom is, and I need to give her a break. But honestly, I think he's blind to how controlling she can be. The problem started the second we told her we were pregnant. She immediately started inserting herself into everything. She wanted to come to every single doctor's appointment, even the early ones where they just weigh you and check your blood pressure. When I said no, she got upset and told Jake I was being unreasonable. She kept saying things like how she was so excited to finally be a grandmother and that she'd been waiting for this longer than anyone. Then there were all these weird comments about being first for everything. She wanted to be the first person we told about the gender reveal. She got genuinely angry when we posted our pregnancy announcement on Facebook before calling her personally. She said I was cutting her out of important family moments, and that as the grandmother, she deserved to know things before random people on social media. The worst part was when she kept joking about wanting to hold the baby before I did. At first I thought she was kidding around, but she brought it up multiple times. She'd laugh and say things like how she'd been waiting to be a grandmother way longer than I'd been waiting to be a mom, so technically, she should get first dibs. Jake would just chuckle and tell her to stop being silly, but it made me really uncomfortable. She also had this obsession with being in the delivery room. I told her from the beginning that I only wanted Jake there, but she kept pushing. She'd bring it up at family dinners and make comments about how, back in her day, all the women in the family were there to support each other during birth. When I finally had to be blunt and tell her absolutely not, she didn't speak to me for 2 weeks. Throughout my entire pregnancy, every decision became a battle. She had opinions about what I was eating, what baby gear we should buy, even what we should name our son. She'd text me articles about pregnancy and childbirth with messages like, "Thought you should see this," as if I hadn't already researched everything myself. But even after all of that, I wasn't prepared for what happened in the hospital. After 18 hours of labor, I finally delivered our son. I was completely exhausted, emotionally overwhelmed, and just trying to process that I was actually holding my baby. Jake snapped a quick picture of me with our newborn, nothing fancy, just me looking absolutely destroyed but happy. I hadn't even asked to see the photo yet when Linda, who had somehow made her way into the room, despite me specifically saying I wanted just Jake there immediately after delivery, demanded that Jake send her the picture right away. She said she'd been waiting in that awful waiting room for hours and deserved to be able to share the good news with everyone. She wanted him to text it to her so she could post it on Facebook immediately. I was still on the delivery table, barely able to think straight, and she's asking for the first photo of my child before I've even seen it myself. When I told Linda no, that I wanted to see the photo first and decide when to share it, she completely lost her mind. I'm talking full-on meltdown in the delivery room while I'm still bleeding and trying to recover from giving birth. She started yelling about how selfish I was being, and how this was her first grandchild too. She kept saying I was trying to control everything and lock her out of her grandson's life before he was even an hour old. Jake was trying to calm her down, but she wasn't having it. She was going on about how she had rights as the grandmother and how cruel I was being after she'd waited in that uncomfortable hospital chair for so long. The volume of her voice kept getting louder, and I could hear other people in the hallway starting to notice. Here I am, having just pushed a human being out of my body, and instead of enjoying those first precious moments with my son, I'm dealing with my mother-in-law having a tantrum. The nurses had to come in and ask her to keep it down because she was disturbing other patients. One of them gave me this sympathetic look that made me start crying. But not the happy tears you're supposed to have after giving birth. I was crying from pure frustration and exhaustion. This was supposed to be one of the most beautiful moments of my life, and Linda was turning it into a nightmare. She stormed out of the room muttering about how I was being impossible and that Jake needed to control his... Jake's dad sent me a message saying his wife was heartbroken and that I should cut her some slack because she was just excited about her first grandchild. The messages kept coming. Jake's cousin said I was being unnecessarily harsh during what should be a celebration. His grandmother texted that Linda had called her sobbing and that I was punishing her for loving the baby too much. It was like his entire family had decided I was the villain in this situation, and they were all ganging up on me while I'm trying to recover from childbirth. Jake was reading the messages over my shoulder and getting more and more uncomfortable. He kept saying maybe we should just send his mom the photo to make peace, that it wasn't worth all this family drama. He said his mom just got carried away because she was excited and that I was taking it too personally. But I felt like everyone was missing the point completely. This wasn't about Linda being excited or loving her grandchild. This was about her trying to take control of a moment that should have been mine. I had just given birth to my first child, and before I could even process what had happened or see the first photo of my baby, she was demanding it so she could post it online for her own social media gratification. The worst part was that Jake seemed more worried about his mother's feelings than mine. He kept checking his phone and updating me on how upset she was, like that was supposed to make me feel guilty enough to give in. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there holding our newborn, still in a hospital gown, feeling like the bad guy for wanting 5 minutes to enjoy being a new mother before his family turned it into a circus. Despite all the pressure from Jake's family, I refused to budge. I told Jake that absolutely no photos were going out until I was ready, and that I needed time to recover and bond with our baby without his mother creating drama. He wasn't happy about it at all, but after seeing how upset I was and how the whole situation had ruined what should have been a perfect moment, he reluctantly agreed to back me up. Linda left the hospital that day without saying goodbye to either of us. She didn't even ask to hold the baby or spend any time with her new grandson. She was so focused on getting that photo for social media that she completely missed out on actually meeting him properly. Jake tried calling her later that evening, but she wouldn't answer. She just sent him a text. What happened? Jake's sister Sarah thinks I overreacted and that I should have just let Linda have the photo since she was so excited. His Aunt Jennifer keeps texting Jake saying that Linda is depressed and barely eating because she's so upset about being excluded from her grandchild's life. But Jake's cousin Mark actually sided with me and said his aunt was way out of line for causing drama in a delivery room. Jake keeps asking me to just apologize to keep the peace. He says his mom loves the baby and just got carried away with excitement, and that holding grudges isn't good for anyone. He thinks if I just say sorry for hurting her feelings, everything can go back to normal,
and our son can have a relationship with his grandmother. But I don't think I did anything wrong, and apologizing would just validate her behavior. The thing that really sealed it for me was what I discovered about a week after we got home from the hospital. Jake's dad accidentally let it slip that Linda had already written a Facebook post announcing our son's birth before I was even done with labor. She had the whole thing typed up and ready to go, complete with details about his weight and length that she must have gotten from listening to the nurses. She was literally planning to announce my baby's birth to the world before I had even finished delivering him. When I confronted Jake about this, he tried to downplay it and said his mom was just being prepared and organized. But it proved to me that this wasn't about grandmother excitement or love for the baby. This was about Linda wanting to be the center of attention and control the narrative around our son's birth for her own social media purposes. Now she's telling everyone who will listen that I'm keeping her away from her grandchild and that I'm a controlling daughter-in-law who doesn't respect family. Half of Jake's relatives think I'm being petty and vindictive, while the other half think Linda crossed a major line. Jake is exhausted from being in the middle and keeps saying he just wants his family to get along. But I keep thinking about that moment in the delivery room when she was yelling at me while I was still recovering from giving birth. I think about how she had that Facebook post ready to go, and how she left the hospital without even properly meeting her grandson, because she was so focused on social media drama. I wonder if I'm being too stubborn, or if should I have kept quiet when my best friend tried to announce her engagement during my graduation party? I'm 24, and just finished my master's degree after 2 years of what felt like academic torture. My best friend Sarah is 25, and we've known each other since we were 7. My parents threw me this graduation party at our house with about 30 people. Family, close friends, and even a few of my professors showed up. Here's the thing about Sarah that I've never really addressed head-on. She has this pattern where every time something good happens to me, she somehow finds a way to make it about her. When I got accepted to grad school, she announced at dinner that she was thinking about applying too, even though she never did. When I landed my first internship, she suddenly had this mysterious, big career announcement at our next friend group hangout that turned out to be nothing. I always let it slide because we've been friends forever, and I figured that's just her personality. The party was honestly perfect. My parents had strung up these lights in the backyard, my mom made this amazing cake, and people kept coming up to me asking about my thesis and my job prospects. For the first time in months, I actually felt proud of what I'd accomplished instead of just exhausted. It was exactly the kind of celebration I needed after grinding through 2 years of research and coursework. Sarah showed up about an hour into the party. She seemed normal at first, hugging me and congratulating me, but I noticed she kept checking her phone and seemed kind of restless. She was being supportive, though, so I didn't think much of it. She even complimented my dress and asked about my job interviews, which felt genuine. Everything changed when my dad stood up to give a toast. He had this big smile and raised his glass, starting to say something really sweet about how proud he was of me and how hard I'd worked. Then Sarah just stood up right in the middle of his speech. She literally interrupted him and said, "Sorry to interrupt, but I just can't keep this secret anymore." My dad stopped talking, and everyone turned to look at her. She pulled out this huge engagement ring and practically shouted, "I got engaged yesterday!" The entire backyard just erupted. People started rushing over to her, taking pictures, asking about this apologetic look. I could tell she was torn between wanting to be a good hostess to Sarah and wanting to protect my moment. A few people did try to redirect attention back to me, but the energy had completely shifted. Everyone was buzzing about the engagement. I tried to be gracious about it. I walked over to congratulate Sarah, but she was surrounded by this crowd of people and didn't even notice me approaching. She was showing off her ring and talking about how romantic the proposal was. Meanwhile, my thesis advisor was standing by the drinks table,
looking like he wasn't sure if he should leave or not. The worst part was watching my relatives who had driven hours to be there for my graduation, now deep in animated conversations about Sarah's wedding timeline. My aunt was asking about the guest list, while my graduation photos sat forgotten on the gift table. It felt like someone had changed the channel on my own life, and I was supposed to just sit there and pretend I was enjoying the new show. I kept telling myself to just let it go. This is Sarah. This is how she is. I should be happy for her. I tried to push down the frustration and be the bigger person like I always do. But watching my relatives, who had literally driven 3 hours to celebrate my graduation, now completely absorbed in discussions about Sarah's wedding plans, was making my chest tight. Sarah was holding court in the middle of the yard, showing off her ring to anyone who would look. She kept saying things like how she couldn't believe she was going to be a bride, and how this was the happiest day of her life. Meanwhile, my graduation cap was sitting on a chair nearby like some forgotten prop. My thesis advisor approached me and quietly said he was going to head out, which felt like the final nail in the coffin. The one person there who truly understood what I'd accomplished academically was leaving because the party was no longer about academics. I tried to salvage things by cutting the cake, thinking maybe that would remind people why we were actually there. But even as I was slicing it, people were still clustered around Sarah, asking about her wedding date and whether they'd have an open bar. My mom came over to help me serve pieces, and I could see in her face that she felt terrible about how things had turned out. She whispered that she was sorry, which somehow
Graduation party. You could have announced this literally any other day.
the words hung in the air, and all the conversations stopped. People turned to look between Sarah and me like they were watching a tennis match. Sarah's face went completely red. She stared at me for a second, then said, "Wow, I thought my best friend would be excited for the biggest moment of my life. I guess a ring is bigger than a diploma, but apparently your ego is bigger than both." Some people actually laughed when she said that. A few others nodded like she had made a valid point. I felt my face burning with embarrassment and anger. The energy in the yard became so uncomfortable you could practically touch it. Half the people looked like they wanted to disappear, and the other half seemed to be picking sides in their heads. My dad finally tried to salvage his interrupted toast by raising his glass again and saying something about celebrating both occasions, but it felt forced and awkward. Sarah grabbed her purse and announced she was leaving because she didn't want to stay somewhere she wasn't welcome. She made this big dramatic exit, hugging other people goodbye but completely ignoring me. Several people followed her out to the front yard, still talking about her engagement. I stood there feeling like I was the villain in my own story. The party never recovered after that. People started trickling out earlier than planned, making polite excuses about babysitters and early mornings. The few who stayed seemed uncomfortable, like they weren't sure if bringing up my graduation would be awkward now. My parents tried their best to keep things normal, but you could tell everyone just wanted to escape the tension. By the time the last guest left, my beautiful graduation party had turned into this weird, uncomfortable memory that I knew I'd replay in my head for months. My mom started cleaning up while apologizing repeatedly, and my dad kept shaking his head and muttering about bad timing. I went to bed that night wondering if I was a terrible person, or if I had finally stood up for myself after years of being walked over. I woke up the next morning to 3 angry texts from Sarah. She called me selfish and said I had embarrassed her in front of everyone. The worst one said that a real friend would have just been happy for her, and that if I was secure in myself, I wouldn't have needed to compete with her engagement. Texted me privately, saying Sarah's timing was tactless at best, and that she felt bad for me. My mom said she understood why I was upset, but thought I could have handled it more diplomatically, maybe by talking to Sarah privately afterward. 2 of my grad school friends who were at the party reached out to say they were shocked by Sarah's behavior, and thought I was completely justified in speaking up. But then, there are the people who clearly think I was wrong. My cousin posted a comment on one of Sarah's engagement photos about how excited she was for the wedding, which felt pointed, since she hasn't said anything about my graduation since the party. A few mutual friends seem to be actively avoiding the topic when I see them, probably because they don't want to get caught in the middle of whatever this has become. The thing that keeps bothering me most is something I found out a few days later. Another friend mentioned that Sarah had actually gotten engaged 3 days before my party, not the day before like she told everyone. She had been sitting on this news, planning when to announce it, and she chose my graduation celebration. That detail has been eating at me because it proves this wasn't some spontaneous moment she couldn't contain. It was calculated. Sarah has been posting engagement photos constantly on social media, and the comments are exactly what you'd expect. Lots of congratulations and heart emojis, and questions about the wedding. Meanwhile, not a single person has mentioned my graduation online since the party. It's like it never happened. My LinkedIn post about finishing my master's degree got maybe half the engagement that Sarah's ring photos are getting. My parents keep asking if I want them to reach out to Sarah's parents, since our families have been close for years. Part of me wants them to, just so someone else can see how messed up this whole situation is. But another part of me thinks that would just make everything messier and more dramatic than it already is. I've been going back and forth on whether I handled this wrong. Sometimes I think I should have just kept my mouth shut and let her have her moment, even if it meant sacrificing mine. That would have been the path of least resistance, and maybe our friendship would still be intact. But then I remember how invisible I felt at my own celebration, and I get angry all over again. Relationships aren't meant to survive when one person finally stops making themselves smaller to make the other person comfortable. The whole thing has left me questioning everything about our friendship, and whether I was wrong for finally standing up for myself after all these years. Strange how my family finally noticed me. When the farm started making money again, I'm a 67-year-old widow, and I've been living on this family farm, the same one my late husband and I nearly lost years ago, completely alone for the past 5 years. Well, alone except for the memories and the work that never really stops, even when you're by yourself. When my husband died, I thought my children would rally around me. Instead, my eldest son James, my daughter Sarah, and my youngest Marcus all had the same solution: sell the farm and move somewhere practical. My sister Patricia jumped on that bandwagon too, calling me every other week to talk about retirement communities and how I was too old to be working land. They made it sound so reasonable, so sensible. But this farm was everything my husband and I built together. I couldn't just let it go. I told them no. That's when everything changed. The visits stopped first. Then the phone calls became shorter, colder. James started saying I was being stubborn. Sarah said I was stuck in the past. Marcus told his kids I was too busy with the farm to see them, which wasn't true. I would have driven the 3 hours to see them any day if he'd let me. Patricia stopped calling altogether after I refused to discuss selling for the 10th time. Holidays came and went. I set the table for one. They didn't see the struggle because they chose not to. I was renting equipment I couldn't afford, planting what little I could manage with my aging body and limited funds. Some months I had to choose between fixing the irrigation system or buying groceries. I chose the farm every time, which meant some nights I went to bed with just crackers and tea in my stomach. I lost weight I couldn't afford to lose. The farmhouse started falling apart. Roof leaked, porch boards rotted, paint peeled. But I kept going. My husband and I had poured 40 years into this land. I wasn't about to let our legacy die just because it was hard. Even when James called me crazy for clinging to dirt. Even when Sarah stopped returning my calls. even when I spent Christmas alone for the third year in a row. Then 2 years ago, everything shifted. A local company started partnering with small farmers for organic produce exports. They were paying fair prices, real prices, not the scraps the big distributors had been offering. I was hesitant. I'd been burned before, trusted people who took advantage. But this felt different. It was also my last real chance to make something work. I signed the contract. Within 8 months, I went from counting pennies for groceries to depositing checks I had to read twice to believe they were real. The farm that had been barely breathing suddenly had a pulse again. I fixed the roof first, the one my husband always meant to repair but never got to. Then the porch. Then I bought 2 new tractors and modern irrigation equipment. I even hired help, 3 full-time farmhands from struggling local families who understood what it meant to fight for something. The local newspaper did a feature on the farm's turnaround. That's when James showed up. He came unannounced on a Saturday morning, pulling up in his nice car with his wife and kids. Said he just wanted to check on me, see how I was doing. The timing wasn't lost on me. This was 6 months after the newspaper article, after word had gotten around that the farm was actually making money now. He stood in my renovated kitchen, the same one he'd called a money pit 3 years earlier when I asked if he could help me fix the cabinets, and told me he wanted to talk about family legacy. I made coffee. We sat at the table, and he started talking about how he'd been thinking a lot about the farm lately, about preserving what his father built, about wanting his kids to experience farm life. His kids, who he'd kept away from me for years. His kids who barely knew I existed. That's when I knew what was coming. They were all coming back, but not for me. James wasn't the only one who suddenly remembered I existed. Within a month of his visit, Sarah started calling weekly. Not to ask how I was doing, to ask about the family business and whether I'd thought about expansion opportunities. Marcus, who hadn't spoken to me in 4 years, showed up with a folder full of investment advice and ideas for maximizing profit margins. They all became very interested in my financial decisions. Patricia took a different approach. She started dropping by unannounced, bringing pie and old photo albums, talking about the good old days. Then she'd slip in comments about family helping family, about how she'd always supported me. One afternoon she reminded me that she'd loaned me $200 back in 2015, when the tractor broke down. Never mind that I'd paid her back within a month, or that she'd spent the next 2 years telling me to sell. She suggested, very casually, that maybe she should be added to the deed since we were in this together. The contrast was almost funny. Where were they when I was eating canned soup for weeks straight? When I called James because the tractor broke down, and he told me that's exactly why I should sell. When I asked Sarah to visit for my birthday and got a voicemail excuse. When Marcus told his kids that Grandma was too busy with her farm to see them, making me the villain in their eyes. I remember Patricia at my husband's funeral, pulling me aside while I was still numb with grief, saying at least now I could be practical and move on. Like his death was some kind of opportunity. Like our life's work was just an inconvenience to wrap up. But here they all were now, suddenly full of family sentiment and reconnection. James started bringing his kids every other weekend, taking photos by the new tractors, posting them online with captions about family traditions and rural values. The same kids he'd kept away from me for years were now props for his narrative about being a devoted son who valued his roots. Sarah's approach was gentler, but just as calculating. She told me we should have supported you, Mom, and that she wanted to make it right. Said we could be partners, that she'd always believed in the farm, deep down. I almost laughed. Deep down where, exactly? So deep I never saw evidence of it during the 5 years I struggled alone. Things came to a head when James found the trust documents I'd been working on with my lawyer. I'd left them on the kitchen counter,
Maybe part of me wanted him to see them, to understand what was coming. He called a family meeting, actually demanded one, said we needed to discuss the farm's future as a family. They all showed up, all of them sitting around my kitchen table for the first time in years. But not for a holiday or a celebration. For money. For what they thought was theirs. James led the charge, started talking about inheritance, about how the farm should stay in the family, about property rights and what Dad would have wanted. Patricia brought up sacrifices she'd made, conveniently forgetting that her biggest sacrifice was the time she spent trying to convince me to give up. Sarah played the emotion card, talking about memories and legacy, and how hurt she was that I'd consider leaving them out. Marcus just kept talking about the financial irresponsibility of my plans, like I was a child who didn't understand money. This from the man who ignored me for 4 years. I let them talk, let them make their case. Then I told them the truth. The farm was going into a trust for my farmhands' families and local agricultural education. The people who stood by me, who brought me groceries when I couldn't afford them, who fixed my fence without asking for payment, who checked on me during storms. The people who didn't wait for a profit margin to decide I was worth their time. James exploded, called me spiteful, said I was punishing them for not agreeing with my decisions. Patricia actually cried, asking how I could do this after everything family meant. But Sarah's quiet disappointment cut the deepest. She just looked at me and said she thought I was better than this. I stayed calm, told them I wasn't being spiteful, I was being consistent, that these families earned this by being there when it mattered. They left. James slammed the door hard enough that I had to check if the frame cracked. Patricia hasn't called since. Sarah sent one text, telling me she hoped I enjoyed my farm, and my strangers more than my own family. Marcus just posted something vague on social media about ungrateful parents. The whole extended family heard their version of events. I'm the villain now, in everyone's story. The bitter old woman who chose outsiders over her own blood. Weeks passed, then months. The phone stopped ringing with their voices. No more surprise visits. No more awkward conversations about family legacy. The silence settled in. But this time it felt different. The first silence, when I refused to sell, was loneliness. This silence is peace. I kept my routine. Work starts early on a farm. Doesn't matter if your family's speaking to you or not. I'd have coffee with Maria and Tom, my farmhands, discussing what needed planting or harvesting. I watched their kids grow up on this land. Maria's daughter learned to drive the tractor last spring. She's got a steadier hand than I ever did. Tom's son got into agricultural college with a scholarship from the trust I set up. These moments mattered more than I expected them to. But I'd be lying if I said I never doubted myself. Late at night, when the farmhouse creaks and settles, I wonder if I was too harsh. I see photos of James's kids on social media sometimes. They're growing up without me, and that's a loss I feel in my chest. Sarah sent me a birthday card last month. Just her signature, no message. I held that card for an hour. Almost called her. Almost. There's my husband's photo on the mantle, the one from our wedding day. Sometimes I talk to him, ask what he'd think of all this. Would he say I did right? Or would he tell me I let my hurt turn into something uglier? Because my kids aren't entirely wrong. I am keeping them from what they see as their inheritance. The farm they grew up on, the land their father worked. In their minds, it belongs to them by right of blood. But they didn't inherit the hunger. They didn't inherit the fear that kept me up at night, wondering if I'd lose everything. They didn't inherit those nights I cried alone, too proud to beg them for help they wouldn't have given anyway. Maria brought me groceries that winter when I couldn't afford them. Didn't ask,
Didn't make a thing of it, just left them on my porch. Tom fixed my fence in the middle of a rainstorm because he knew the cattle would get out otherwise. His wife sat with me in the hospital when I had pneumonia, even though we'd only known each other a few months. That meant something. That meant everything. The trust got finalized last week. Legally binding, can't be contested. My lawyer made sure of that. The farm will support farming families for generations after I'm gone. Kids like Tom's son will get chances they wouldn't have had otherwise. That's my legacy now. Not blood, but soil and opportunity. I sit on the porch most evenings now. My husband built this porch 40 years ago, and I finally got it restored properly. I watch the sun set over fields that almost weren't mine, over land I nearly lost to grief and poverty and pressure. The farm is quiet this time of day, peaceful. They say I chose strangers over family, but the people I chose were the ones who stayed when staying was hard, not the ones who showed up when showing up was profitable. I followed my conscience. I protected what I built. Maybe that's the same as being unforgiving. Maybe I let my hurt calcify into something harder than it needed to be. I guess I'll never know for sure. My phone buzzed this morning. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer, probably spam, or another cousin calling to tell me what a disappointment I am. But something made me look. It was a text from Marcus's daughter. She's 16 now. I haven't seen her since she was 10, haven't been allowed to see her. The message was short. Grandma, can we talk? Dad won't let me visit, but I've been reading about what you did with the farm. I want to study agriculture. Can you help me? I've been staring at those words for hours now. My hand trembled so badly when I first read them that I almost dropped the phone. She wants to study agriculture. She's been reading about the farm, about what I've done. Despite everything Marcus told her, despite years of separation, she reached out. I don't know what to say back. Don't know if helping her means betraying the boundary I set, or finally getting something back that I thought was lost forever. Don't know if Marcus will try to stop her, or if this will blow up into another family war. The cursor blinks on my screen, waiting for an answer I don't have yet. When my dad tried to steal my inheritance, I let him sign his own financial downfall. I, 29, just lost the most important person in my life, my grandmother, who basically raised me while my dad, 55, was busy making one bad financial decision after another. My mom was always there physically, but she never really stood up to him about anything. She just let him do whatever he wanted and cleaned up the mess afterward. I need to explain how we got here. My grandmother took me in when I was 7 because my dad couldn't keep a job and they were about to lose the house. I lived with her until I left for college. She paid for most of my education, but I still had to take out loans for the last 2 years. She was more of a parent to me than either of my actual parents ever were. When she got sick last year, I was the one at the hospital every day. My dad showed up maybe 3 times total. She passed away 3 weeks ago. The will reading happened about a week after the funeral, and that's when everything went sideways. She left me the bulk of her estate, not a fortune by any means, but enough to pay off my student loans and finally start the small business I'd been planning for years. My dad got some personal items and about $5,000. The moment the lawyer finished reading, I could see his face turn red. He didn't say anything right there in the office, but 2 days later he showed up at my apartment and demanded I give him half. Said I owed him for raising me, which was rich considering Grandma did most of that. When I told him no, that Grandma made her choice and I was respecting it, he completely lost it. Started yelling about how ungrateful I was, how he sacrificed everything for me, All this revisionist history that had nothing to do with reality. The next thing I knew, my phone was blowing up with messages from aunts, uncles, and cousins I barely talked to. My dad had told everyone I manipulated Grandma into changing her will, said I isolated her from the family in her final months and poisoned her against him. None of it was true, but it didn't matter. Half the family believed him immediately because he was crying and playing the victim so well. We had a family dinner at my uncle's house about a week after that, and it was brutal. Everyone kept giving me these looks like I was some kind of con artist. My aunt actually said to my face that I should be ashamed of myself for taking advantage of an old woman. My dad sat there with this sad expression, eating up all the sympathy. I tried to defend myself, tried to explain that Grandma made her own choices, but nobody wanted to hear it. I left early and sat in my car for 20 minutes, just trying to process how quickly everyone turned on me. Then came the call from the estate attorney. This was about 2 weeks after the will reading. She asked if I knew anything about a large withdrawal from one of my grandmother's accounts, a joint account she had with my dad. Apparently, he'd withdrawn almost $30,000 3 days before the will was officially filed. The timing was suspicious because the account should have been frozen once Grandma passed, but he got to it during that brief window before probate officially started. I felt sick. He hadn't just guilt-tripped me and lied to the family. He'd actually stolen from her estate. The attorney explained that it was technically illegal since the account was part of the estate assets, but my dad probably thought nobody would notice, or that he could claim it was a gift. She asked if I wanted to pursue it, and I said I needed time to think. I didn't confront him. I didn't call him screaming or threaten to report him. Instead, I sat with it for a few days and realized something. My dad had always gotten away with this kind of thing because people either enabled him or just gave up fighting him. My mom would always smooth things over. Grandma would always bail him out, but she wasn't here anymore to fix his mistakes. That's when I started forming a plan. Grandma used to tell me that patience and planning beat anger every time. She was right about most things, and I figured she was probably right about that too. So instead of going to war, I decided to let my dad dig his own grave. I just needed to hand him the shovel. About a week after I found out about the theft, I called my dad. I acted excited, told him I'd been thinking about everything, and that maybe he was right about us needing to work together. I could hear the smugness in his voice when he agreed to meet me for coffee. He probably thought he'd broken me down. At the coffee shop, I pitched him my business idea. I'd been planning to open a small consulting firm, and I made it sound like I was in over my head and needed his expertise. I talked about wanting to make peace with the family and how I thought having him involved would show everyone I wasn't the person he'd made me out to be. The whole time, he was nodding along like he'd known all along I'd come crawling back. He was suspicious at first, asked why I was suddenly being so generous. I told him that Grandma would have wanted us to work together, that she'd be disappointed in both of us for fighting. That got him. He loved using Grandma as justification for whatever he wanted, even now that she was gone. By the end of the conversation, he was already talking about how much the business could make, and how his experience would be invaluable. I told him I needed him to sign some investor paperwork, just standard stuff to make everything official. I'd actually paid a lawyer friend to draft a contract that looked completely legitimate. 12 pages of dense legal language about investment terms, profit sharing, liability clauses. The important part was buried on page 7. A clause that transferred full financial liability for any business-related debts or fraud to the primary investor. Another section made him personally responsible for any misappropriation of funds connected to the business. We met again 3 days later to sign everything. He barely skimmed the contract, just flipped through the pages like he was looking at a menu. He even joked about finally getting what he deserved and how I'd finally come to my senses about respecting my elders. I watched him sign his name on every page that needed initialing,
and I didn't feel guilty at all. He'd stolen from my grandmother's estate and lied about me to my entire family. This was just giving him rope. The next morning, I went to the estate attorney with everything I had. Bank statements showing the withdrawal, the dates, screenshots of text messages where he'd asked me about when the estate would be settled. She confirmed it was probate fraud and said she'd file a formal complaint with the court. I gave her everything and waited. 3 days later, my dad's assets were frozen. The court ordered it pending the investigation into the stolen funds. That meant the $30,000 he'd taken was locked down along with everything else in his accounts. His credit card stopped working. He couldn't access any of his money. I didn't hear about it from him directly. My mom called me crying, asking if I knew what was happening and why the bank was saying they couldn't touch their accounts. Then he showed up at my apartment. I'd never seen him that angry. He was pounding on my door at like 9 at night, yelling about betrayal and family loyalty. When I let him in, he started screaming about how I'd turned him into the estate lawyer, how I was trying to destroy him over a misunderstanding. He actually used that word, misunderstanding, like he'd accidentally withdrawn 30 grand. I just let him rant until he ran out of steam. Then I asked him point blank about the money he took from Grandma's account. His face went white. He tried to backtrack, started saying it was temporary, and he was going to pay it back, that he'd needed it for emergency expenses. All lies, and we both knew it. He switched tactics then, tried to threaten me. Said he'd tell the investigators I was lying, that I was making false accusations because I was vindictive. That's when I brought up the investor contract. He looked confused, asked what that had to do with anything. I explained it to him slowly. The contract made him the primary investor and transferred liability for any financial irregularities to him. Since there was now an active investigation into misappropriated funds, and he'd signed a document taking responsibility for exactly that kind of thing, he'd basically put his name on his own confession. It took him a minute to understand what I was saying. When it clicked, the anger drained right out of him. He just stood there, looking at the contract I'd handed him, reading the clauses he'd never bothered to look at before. Then the panic set in. He started begging me to call the attorney, to tell them it was all a mistake, to fix this. I told him he tried to steal from Grandma's estate, and then tried to make me look like the bad guy. He tried to take the last gift from the woman who actually raised me. The look on his face was something between rage and desperation. But I didn't feel bad, not even a little bit. He left threatening to sue me, but we both knew he had nothing. He'd signed everything willingly. He'd stolen the money. This was all on him. It's been 2 months since everything fell apart, and the investigation wrapped up about 3 weeks ago. The court ruled that my dad committed probate fraud. He had to return all the money he took, which didn't matter much since it was already frozen anyway. But then came the penalties and legal fees. His lawyer apparently told him that fighting it would cost more than he had, so he didn't even try. The investor contract made everything worse for him because it complicated his legal position. Made it look like he had a pattern of financial misconduct. The family knows the truth now. Once the court documents became part of the public record, word spread fast. A few relatives apologized to me, said they shouldn't have believed my dad without hearing my side. Most of them just went quiet and stopped bringing it up altogether. Family gatherings are awkward now, when they happen at all. Nobody really knows what to say. My mom is the hardest part of all this. She knows what my dad did was wrong. She's not stupid. But she keeps saying I went too far, that I should have just reported the theft and left it at that instead of setting him up with the contract. We had a huge argument last week where she told me that family shouldn't destroy family like this. I asked her where that energy was when Dad was lying about me to everyone we knew, and she didn't have an answer for that. My dad is completely broke now. Most of his money went to legal fees and paying back the estate. He's living with my uncle, who I know isn't happy about it but felt obligated to take him in. My dad has tried reaching out to me probably 15 times. The voice messages started out apologetic, but they've gotten more bitter over time. The last one he left said that Grandma would be ashamed of what I became, which is funny, coming from the guy who stole from her estate before she was even buried. I got the inheritance secured, and I've started planning the business for real now. My student loans are getting paid off next month. Everything Grandma wanted for me is actually happening. But I'd be lying if I said it felt completely good. I accomplished what I set out to do, but my relationship with my dad is probably destroyed forever. My mom barely calls me anymore. Some relatives still think I'm vindictive even though they know what he did. The business opens next month. I've been working on it constantly, and every step forward reminds me of what this all cost. Not just money, but relationships. I keep wondering if Grandma would actually be proud of how I handled this, or if she'd be disappointed that I couldn't find a better way. My mom has been ramping up the pressure lately. She wants me to be the bigger person, maybe help Dad out financially, or at least drop any remaining legal issues. She keeps asking if he hasn't suffered enough, if he hasn't learned his lesson. Part of me wonders if she's right. Part of me remembers him sitting at that family dinner, playing victim while everyone attacked me. Last night my dad sent another message. Just 3 words. "Can we talk, please?" I haven't responded. I've just been staring at it on my phone, trying to figure out what the right move is. My lawyer says I don't owe him anything. My mom says I'm being cruel. My therapist says I need to do whatever helps me move forward. The thing is, I don't actually feel good about any of this. I'm not celebrating his downfall or anything like that. I just wanted him to face consequences for once in his life, instead of lying and manipulating his way out of everything. Grandma left me that money because she knew exactly what kind of man her son was. She knew he'd blow through anything she left him, and probably come after whatever I got too. I'm sitting here with all these business papers on my desk, and a framed photo of Grandma on the shelf. And I honestly don't know if I did the right thing, or if I'm just as bad as him for planning it all out the way I did. The business is happening. My dad is broke. My family is fractured, and I'm supposed to figure out if any of this was worth it. My mom called again today, asking me to at least talk to him. Said he's desperate and depressed, and that I'm the only one who can help fix this situation. But I keep coming back to the same thought. He created this situation. He stole from Grandma. He lied about me. All I did was make sure he couldn't get away with it this time. I still haven't responded to his message. When my grandson laughed at my outdated cooking, I served him a lesson he'll never forget. I, a 74-year-old grandmother, have been hosting Sunday dinners for my family for over 40 years, and my grandson Jake, 25, just called my cooking grandma slop. Let me back up a bit. I'm widowed, been on my own for 12 years now. I ran a small bakery for 30 years before my knees gave out, and I had to sell it. That bakery paid for everything: my kids' college, this house, and the kitchen renovation I'd been dreaming about since 1985. Sunday dinners have been my thing since my own kids were little. It's how I show love. I can't run around with the grandkids anymore, can't take them on trips, but I can cook, and I'm damn good at it. Usually we get about 8 to 10 people every Sunday. My daughter Sarah, her husband, their 3 kids including Jake, my son and his family when they're in town. It's loud and chaotic, and I love every second of it. My kitchen isn't fancy by today's standards, but it's mine. Same stove I picked out in 1998, same wooden spoon I've had since the bakery days. 3 months ago, Jake started bringing this girl around. Madison. She's some kind of culinary influencer on Instagram or TikTok or whatever it is. Has about 50,000 followers, apparently. At first, she seemed sweet enough. Took pictures of the food, smiled, said thank you. I didn't mind the photos. I figured that's just what young people do now. But then the comments started. Little things at first. She'd suggest I try deconstructing my chicken pot pie. asked if I'd ever considered microgreens as a garnish. Mentioned something about elevation and visual storytelling. I just smiled and nodded. Young people have their trends. When I was her age, fondue was all the rage and my mother-in-law thought it was ridiculous. That's just how generations work. The past 2 weeks, though, something shifted. Madison got bolder. She'd film everything, whisper to Jake, and they'd both giggle. Last Sunday, I made my beef stew. It's my mother's recipe, the one I've been making since 1979. My kids grew up on this stew. It got them through cold winters and bad breakups and college exam weeks. I was in the kitchen, getting dessert ready, when I heard them in the hallway. They didn't know I was there. Madison had her phone out, filming a bowl of my stew, and she was laughing. I heard her say, clear as day, "This is literally grandma slop, I can't even post this." Then Jake, my own grandson, the kid I used to bake birthday cakes for at 2 a.m., he laughed and said, "Old people don't know real flavor. They just boil everything to death." My hearing aid picked up every word. They think because I'm old I can't hear, but I had new batteries put in last week. I stood there in the kitchen doorway holding a pie, just frozen. They didn't see me. They walked right past, still smiling, and sat back down at my table. Ate my food. Let me serve them dessert. Jake even asked for a second piece of apple pie. I got through the rest of dinner on autopilot. My hands were shaking when I was serving coffee. Sarah asked if I was okay, and I just said I was tired. Everyone left around 8 p.m. like usual. Jake hugged me goodbye. Madison thanked me for having her. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying it. Grandma slop. The way they laughed. Like my food, like my love was some kind of joke. I've been cooking for 50 years. I fed my family through my husband's death, through job losses, through every crisis we've ever had. And this girl who films her breakfast for strangers thinks my stew is slop. I'm not usually a vengeful person. I believe in turning the other cheek, being the bigger person, all of that. But sitting in my kitchen at 3 a.m., looking at my mother's handwritten recipe card for that stew, something in me snapped. I wasn't going to let this go. I was going to teach them both a lesson about respect, about food, about what really matters. And I knew exactly who to call to help me do it. Monday morning, I called Marcus. He was one of my bakery apprentices back in the day. I hired him when he was 16 and barely knew how to crack an egg. Now he's 38, and the head chef at some Michelin-starred restaurant downtown. We still talk every few months. He sends me Christmas cards with photos of his kids. I told him what happened. Everything. The comments, the filming, the grandma slop line. There was silence on the other end for a second. Then he said, "Let me come over this week. We're doing this right." We spent Monday afternoon planning. I showed him my usual Sunday menu, the beef stew, pot roast, roasted vegetables, apple pie. He nodded at each one and started sketching on a notepad. "Same recipes," he said, "just elevated presentation." He'd bring the fancy plates, the garnishes, all of it. We'd make them look like they came from his restaurant. The rest of the week I prepped like I always do, but Marcus came over Saturday to help with the final touches. We practiced plating. He showed me how to arrange the stew in a shallow white bowl, how to place microgreens on top, how to drizzle this reduction around the edge. It was still my stew. Same beef, same vegetables, same herbs my mother used, just dressed up like it was going to a wedding. We did the same with everything. Pot roast, sliced thin and fanned out. Roasted vegetables arranged by color. Even the apple pie got deconstructed with some vanilla foam thing Marcus made. He printed up a menu on nice paper like they do at restaurants. It was almost funny, honestly. All this fuss for the same food I make every week.
Sunday came and I texted Jake, told him to bring Madison, that I was trying some new recipes and wanted their opinion. He responded with a thumbs up emoji and said they'd be there. Everyone arrived around 4 p.m. like usual. Madison walked in with her ring light in her purse. I saw her setting it up on the credenza. She was already in influencer mode. Hair perfect, that smile ready. We did the first course, and I brought out the beef stew. Same stew from last week, just in Marcus's fancy bowls with the microgreens and the drizzle. I set it in front of Madison, and I swear her eyes went wide. She grabbed her phone immediately and started filming. She actually gasped, said something like, "Oh my God, this is incredible. What inspired this?" Jake was right behind her with the compliments. Told me he didn't know I could cook like this. Like I'd suddenly learned after 74 years. Each course came out, and it was the same thing. Photos, videos, analysis. Madison was going on about depth of flavor and restaurant quality presentation. She was posting in real time. My pot roast, the same one she probably would have filmed and mocked, was suddenly innovative and beautifully executed. Jake kept saying he was impressed, asked if I'd taken a cooking class. My daughter Sarah looked confused but happy. She probably thought I'd finally moved past last week. Marcus stayed in the kitchen, plating everything. The rest of my family had no idea what was happening. They just thought I'd gone fancy for some reason. Dessert came out last. The deconstructed apple pie with the vanilla foam. Madison was practically drooling. She'd already posted like 6 stories. Jake was on his phone showing his friends. They were treating this meal like I'd performed a miracle. After everyone finished, I stood up. Asked for their attention. The table went quiet, and I could feel my heart pounding, but I kept my voice steady. I told them I was glad they enjoyed dinner, that I was happy the presentation met their standards. Then I said it. These are the exact same recipes I've been making for 40 years. Same beef stew you called grandma slop last week, Madison. Same pot roast Jake said had no real flavor. The only difference is Marcus helped me plate it pretty. I pointed to the kitchen where Marcus was standing in the doorway, still in his apron. The table went dead silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Madison's face went white, and her phone was still in her hand, frozen mid-story. Jake turned bright red and started stammering something about how he didn't mean it like that. I cut him off. Told them both I'd heard them, that my hearing was just fine, actually. Marcus walked out and introduced himself, explained who he was, and how I'd taught him everything he knew about cooking back at the bakery. Sarah looked absolutely mortified. My other grandkids were staring at their plates. Madison's hand was shaking. Madison tried to apologize right there at the table. She was stumbling over her words, saying it was just a joke, that she didn't mean anything by it. Her voice was shaking, and she looked like she might cry. I just looked at her and said that jokes are supposed to be funny, and disrespect isn't funny to me. Jake tried to defend her, told me I was overreacting, that it wasn't that serious. That's what got me. Not the original insult, but him doubling down right there in front of everyone. So I told them both that they were welcome back at my table when they could appreciate the food regardless of how it looked on a plate. That respect matters more than aesthetics in my house. They left maybe 10 minutes later. Madison was crying by then, and Jake was angry. He didn't look at me when they walked out, just grabbed their coats and left. The door closed, and the rest of my family just sat there in silence. Nobody knew what to say. My son-in-law offered to help clean up. My other grandkids cleared the table without being asked. Sarah pulled me aside in the kitchen and asked if that was really necessary, if I couldn't have just talked to them privately. I told her I tried staying quiet last week, and it didn't stop them from mocking me in my own hallway. Marcus left around 8 p.m. He hugged me at the door and told me they deserved it, that food is about love, not aesthetics. I think he meant it to make me feel better, but I just felt tired. Everyone else left shortly after. The house was quiet by 9 p.m. That was 3 weeks ago now. Jake and Madison haven't come to Sunday dinners since. There's an empty chair at the table every week, and everyone notices it. Nobody mentions it, but it's there. Sarah has called me twice. The first time she said I humiliated them, especially Madison, that I should have handled it differently, talked to them in private instead of making a scene in front of the whole family. The second call was worse. She said I was being stubborn, that Jake wants to apologize, but he's too embarrassed. She asked me to be the bigger person and call him first. I haven't called. Part of me wants to. I miss him. He's my grandson, and I've known him since he was born. I used to watch him every Tuesday when Sarah worked late. I taught him to make cookies when he was 6. But another part of me thinks he's 25 years old, and he needs to understand that actions have consequences. That you can't disrespect someone and then expect them to chase after you with apologies. The rest of my family is split. My son thinks I did the right thing, says Jake needed to learn some humility. My daughter-in-law thinks I went too far. My other grandkids don't say much about it, but I catch them looking at Jake's empty chair. Marcus texted me last week just to check in. Said his offer still stands if I want to do another fancy dinner. I told him once was enough. I'm back to my regular recipes on regular plates. The family still comes, still eats, still thanks me. But it's different now. Madison apparently deleted all the photos from that night. Sarah told me she also deleted her story about my slop from the week before. I don't know if that was because she felt guilty or because she was embarrassed. Maybe both. I still host Sunday dinners, still make the same recipes I've always made. The beef stew, the pot roast, the apple pie. I serve them on my regular plates with no microgreens or drizzles or foam, and they taste exactly the same as they did when my kids were little, when my husband was alive, when Jake was 6 years old sitting at this same table. My kitchen feels a little emptier now, though, even when it's full of family. There's this absence that hangs in the air. Sarah says Jake is waiting for some kind of sign from me that it's okay to come back, that he's sorry, but doesn't know how to say it after everything. I don't know if I should reach out first or wait for him to come to me. Sarah says I chose my pride over family, but I think I chose my dignity. Maybe there's a difference. Maybe there isn't. All I know is that my food hasn't changed. My recipes haven't changed. And my love hasn't changed. What changed was respect. And I don't know how to get that back by pretending nothing happened. When my sister mocked my infertility, I let her secret slip at her baby shower. I, 33F, have been dealing with infertility for years while my younger sister Emma, 30F, recently got pregnant. I've been trying to have a baby for over 5 years now. 3 rounds of IVF, all failed. Thousands of dollars gone. My husband Mark and I have cried more times than I can count, and honestly, I'd made peace with the possibility that biological kids might not happen for us. When Emma told the family she was pregnant about 4 months ago, I was genuinely happy for her. I really was. Yeah, it stung a little, but she's my sister, and I wanted to be supportive. That lasted about 2 weeks before the comments started. It began small. Little digs here and there that I tried to brush off. At a family dinner, she said maybe I'd be an aunt forever, and that was okay too. When we went shopping together, she told me some people just aren't meant to be moms. I tried talking to her about it privately once, and she accused me of being jealous and unable to be happy for her. Mark kept telling me to ignore it, that she was probably just hormonal or whatever. but it got worse as the months went on. Here's what makes this complicated. About 3 months before Emma started dating her fiancé, Derek, she was still with her ex-boyfriend, Ryan. They had this toxic on and off thing for almost 2 years. One night she called me sobbing, said she was pregnant, and didn't know what to do because Ryan had just broken up with her for good. I drove over, held her while she cried, promised I wouldn't tell anyone. Then suddenly she was dating Derek. Like within 2 or 3 weeks of the Ryan breakup, she had a new boyfriend. A month after that, she announced to the family that she and Derek were expecting. I did the math in my head and knew immediately it didn't add up. But I kept my mouth shut. She was my sister. I figured she knew what she was doing. Derek seemed like a good guy, and if Emma told him it was his baby, that was between them. But the comments never stopped. If anything, they got meaner. She'd text me ultrasound photos with captions like, "So easy when it just happens naturally." At my mom's birthday party, she told everyone how surprised she was to get pregnant so fast, then looked right at me. Everyone got quiet and awkward. 2 months ago, she asked me to help plan her baby shower. I almost said no, but my mom guilt-tripped me about being there for family. And honestly, part of me still wanted to do the right thing. So I spent weeks planning it. I booked the venue, ordered decorations, arranged the catering, put together games, everything. The day of the shower, there were about 40 people there. Emma was in her element, center of attention, glowing. I was managing everything behind the scenes, making sure food was out, games were running smoothly. She kept making little comments throughout the day, but I bit my tongue. Mark was there with me, squeezing my hand every time she said something. Then, during the gift opening, she held up this onesie someone got her and announced to the whole room, "Let's hope my sister doesn't curse my baby with her bad luck." People laughed. Not everyone, but enough. I felt my face get hot. I saw my mom look uncomfortable, but she didn't say anything. Mark whispered for me to let it go. I excused myself to the bathroom and stared at myself in the mirror for a solid 5 minutes. I was done. When I walked back out, Emma was opening another gift, some fancy baby monitor system. She was going on about how blessed she felt, how everything had fallen into place so perfectly. Then she looked at me and said, "You know, maybe if you stopped stressing about it so much, it would just happen. That's how it worked for me. Totally natural and easy." Something in me just snapped. I didn't yell or cry or make a scene. I just said very calmly, "Well, it's good your ex's genes get to live on, right?" The room went completely silent, like someone had hit a mute button on everything. Emma's smile froze on her face. Derek, who had been standing near the gift table, looked confused at first. Then I watched his expression change as he started putting it together. Emma stammered something like, "What are you talking about?" But her voice was shaking. Derek stood up and asked what I meant. He looked between Emma and me, and I could see him doing the math in his head. Emma tried to play it off. She said I was lying, that I was jealous and trying to ruin her special day. She even laughed, but it came out wrong, desperate. Derek asked her again, louder this time, what I meant about her ex. That's when she broke. She started crying and admitted it, but tried to spin it like the timing had been confusing, like she genuinely thought it could have been Derek's baby. But Derek isn't stupid. He knew exactly when they started dating, knew exactly when she told him she was pregnant. He said, "We'd been together for 3 weeks, Emma. 3 weeks." He grabbed his keys and walked out. Emma ran after him, still crying, begging him to wait. Half the room sat there in shock. The other half started gathering their things to leave. It was chaos. My mom completely lost it on me. She was screaming about how I could do this to my own sister, how I was cruel and vindictive. My dad and a couple of my aunts actually defended me, said Emma had been tormenting me for months and this was on her. People were arguing. Some were leaving. Some were just standing there with their phones out, probably texting everyone they knew. Emma's best friend got in my face before Mark and I left. She said I destroyed Emma's life because I was bitter about my own. Said I should have handled it privately if I was that upset. I didn't respond. I just left. The car ride home was silent. Mark held my hand, but neither of us knew what to say. My phone started blowing up before we even got home.
My mom demanding I call her. Texts from Emma that I couldn't even read. Messages from family members on both sides of it. That night I got a voice message from Emma. She was sobbing so hard I could barely understand her, saying I ruined her life, that Derek wasn't answering her calls, that I was dead to her. My mom called and said I needed to fix this, that I owed Emma an apology. I blocked Emma's number and stopped responding to my mom. Some family reached out privately, saying they understood, that Emma had gone too far. But plenty of others made it clear they thought I was the villain here. The next few days were a mess. I found out through my dad that Derek moved out of Emma's apartment. They'd been living together for about 6 months, and he packed up his stuff and went to stay with his brother. Emma apparently tried calling him dozens of times, but he wouldn't answer. Word spread through the family fast. My mom's sisters knew, my cousins knew, everyone had an opinion. The family basically split down the middle. My dad, my Aunt Carol, and my younger cousin were on my side. They said Emma had been cruel for months and got what she deserved. My mom, my grandma, and 2 of my uncles think I went nuclear over some jokes and should have handled it privately if I was really that upset. Emma posted something vague on social media about betrayal and fake family support. I didn't respond, but I got messages from people I haven't talked to in years, some supporting me, others calling me horrible names. Emma's friends were the worst about it. My mom refuses to speak to me unless I apologize first. She keeps saying I ruined Emma's baby shower, that I humiliated her in front of everyone, that I'm going to regret this when Emma needs her family. My dad has tried to play mediator, but he's mostly staying neutral, which honestly feels worse than picking a side. Mark and I have talked about it a lot. He supported me in the moment, but even he's asked if maybe I went too far, if I could have just left the party instead. I've gone back and forth. Some days I feel guilty, like I dropped a bomb on her life over mean comments. Other days, I remember every single jab, every humiliating moment, and I feel like she finally faced consequences for how she treated me. It's been 2 weeks now since the shower. I heard through my dad that Derek is still at his brother's place, trying to figure out what to do about the relationship. Emma moved back in with our parents temporarily. One of Emma's friends let it slip to me that Emma is terrified she's going to lose Derek completely, that he's been asking questions about the timeline and talking to his family about everything. I unblocked Emma yesterday and read through some of her messages. They ranged from angry to devastated to begging me to tell Derek I made it up. I haven't responded to any of them. The thing is, I know what I said was brutal. I know it's going to affect this baby, my future niece or nephew, for the rest of their life. I know I probably destroyed any chance of having a real relationship with my sister again. But after months of her using the most painful thing in my life as a punchline, after being humiliated at a party I spent weeks planning, I just couldn't take it anymore. Part of me feels terrible about how it all went down. Part of me thinks she needed a wake-up call for her cruelty. I honestly don't know if I did the right thing, or if I just became as bad as she was. Some family members have told me Emma needed this reality check, that she was out of control.
Others have made it clear I'm the villain in this story. I just found out Derek texted me an hour ago, asking if we can meet for coffee tomorrow. He says he wants to know everything, the whole truth about the timeline and what Emma told me. I haven't answered yet because I don't know what to do. They cut me out of the family business to teach me humility, so I took their biggest client and built my own empire. I'm 28, and for the last 10 years I've been working at my family's construction company. My dad, Marco, 61, started it with my two uncles back in the 90s. They love telling anyone who'll listen that they're self-made men who built everything from nothing. My older brother, Vincent, 32, has been there since he dropped out of college. He mostly does project management, which really just means taking clients out for drinks and golf. My cousin Danny, 30, handles the machinery and logistics side of things. I came in right after finishing my business degree. I thought I'd work my way up, learn the ropes, eventually become a partner. That was the plan, anyway. While Vincent was out schmoozing contractors and nursing hangovers, I was the one actually dragging this company into the 21st century. I set up project management software when they were still using paper schedules and filing cabinets. I created a digital bidding system that cut our proposal time in half. I built relationships with municipal contacts and personally brought in 3 major contracts in the last 2 years alone. I wasn't just working there. I was fixing everything they were too stubborn or too old school to change themselves. About 6 months ago, my dad started talking about the future of the company and making things official with paperwork and partnership agreements. He kept saying it was time to formalize the structure, get everything legally sorted out. I figured this was finally it. I'd earned it. I'd proven myself over and over again. 10 years of work was about to pay off. 3 weeks ago, Dad called a family meeting at the office. Everyone was there. My uncles, Vincent, Danny, even my mom showed up, which should have been my first red flag. Dad stood at the head of the conference table with this serious expression and started going on about legacy and responsibility and securing the future. Then he slid 2 folders across the table, one to Vincent, one to Danny. Partnership agreements, equity shares, legal documents making them official partners in the business. I just sat there staring at him, waiting for the 3rd folder. It never came. I finally asked, "What about me?" Dad couldn't even look me in the eye when he said I was too soft for this business, and that I needed to learn humility before I could handle real responsibility. Vincent actually smirked and said something about how I spent too much time on computers and not enough time with real men, doing real work. My uncles nodded along like this made perfect sense, like I hadn't been the one keeping this company competitive for the past 5 years. I didn't yell, didn't flip the table or throw a tantrum. I just stood up, grabbed my laptop bag and walked out. As I was leaving, Vincent called after me that I wouldn't last a month on my own. I went home and didn't answer anyone's calls for 3 days. Then I got a call from someone I knew at the city planning office, just a courtesy heads up about a bid timeline for a project. That's when I found out my family's company was in final negotiations for a massive government housing project worth $4.2 million, spread over 18 months. Here's the thing that made my blood boil. I was the one who initiated that entire project. 6 months of meetings, relationship building, preliminary proposals. All me. I'd left all the project files on the company server when I walked out, because I figured it was the right thing to do. That night, sitting in my apartment staring at my personal backup files, I realized I had a decision to make. I spent the next week barely sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Vincent's smug face at that conference table. But I also kept thinking about my dad and the company that was supposed to be my future. Part of me genuinely wanted to just let it go, start fresh somewhere else, take the high road like my mom would want. Then Vincent posted on social media about the big project the company just landed. some caption about real leaders making moves, with a photo of him and Danny shaking hands with one of the city officials I'd introduced them to. That's what decided it for me. I started making calls. Everyone I'd worked with over the past 5 years. Former clients, suppliers, the civil engineer who owed me a favor after I helped him land his first major contract, the architect I'd connected with the mayor's office. Within 2 days, I had enough verbal commitments to register my own LLC. I called it Apex Construction Solutions. The name felt right, clean, professional, ambitious. The government contract hadn't been finalized yet. My family's company was still in negotiations, still working out details. I knew every single weakness in their bid because I'd helped draft the preliminary version months ago. I knew they were overpricing materials by at least 15%. I knew they were underestimating labor costs because Vincent always did. I also knew the city was specifically looking for sustainable building practices and tech integration for project tracking, 2 things my family had always dismissed as trendy garbage that didn't matter. I put together a bid in 4 days. Tighter budget, better timeline, full digital project tracking with real-time updates for city officials, and green building certifications. I used every legitimate contact I'd made, every relationship I'd built on my own merit over the years. Nothing illegal, nothing stolen. Just the reputation I'd earned while my family was taking credit for my work. When I submitted the bid, I honestly felt sick. This was real. I was going head-to-head with my own family, with the company I'd grown up in. But I also felt something else. Vindication, maybe. Or just anger that hadn't worn off yet. 2 weeks later, the city planning office called. We'd won the contract. I was sitting in my new office, which was really just a rented space in a shared building downtown, when my dad called. I let it ring twice before I answered. He was screaming before I even said hello, asking me what the hell I'd done, how I could do this to the family. I stayed calm and just said I submitted a bid, same as him. He said I sabotaged them, that I stole their project. I told him I didn't steal anything. I won it fair and square. There's a difference. He went off about family loyalty and betrayal and how I was spitting on everything they'd built. Then he said something that actually made my hands shake. He said I was nothing without the family, that I'd fail within 6 months, and when I came crawling back looking for my old job, I shouldn't expect him to save me. I told him I wouldn't need saving. Then I said, I won the contract because I was the man he said I wasn't. I hung up before he could respond. My mom called 10 minutes later, crying. Then my uncles, threatening legal action they had no grounds for. Vincent left a voicemail calling me every name he could think of. But the contract was legal. The bid was clean. And I had work to do. That was 2 years ago. Apex Construction Solutions now has 18 full-time employees and has completed 7 major projects. The government housing project came in under budget and ahead of schedule, which led to 2 more municipal contracts. We're currently bidding on a mixed-use development downtown that would triple our annual revenue. I'm not trying to brag, but the numbers speak for themselves. We're doing well. Really well. My family's company hasn't had the same luck. Without that big government contract, they couldn't cover some equipment loans they'd taken out. Last year, they had to sell off 2 excavators and a crane just to stay afloat. I found out through the grapevine that the crane was going up for auction, so I bought it through a third party. Then I had it delivered to one of my job sites and sent Vincent a photo with a message thanking him for the deal. Petty? Absolutely. Satisfying? More than I'd like to admit. 3 months ago, Danny reached out, said he was thinking about leaving the family business and wanted to know if I was hiring. I told him I'd think about it. Honestly, I still don't know if I can trust him. He didn't exactly stand up for me in that meeting 2 years ago. Vincent has completely cut contact, which I'm fine with. My dad still won't admit he was wrong about anything. My mom keeps trying to arrange some kind of reconciliation dinner that I keep declining because I know it'll just be an ambush to get me to apologize. Last week my uncle called me at 11 at night, clearly drunk, saying I destroyed the family. He said everything my grandfather built was falling apart because of my selfishness. He told me I should have just accepted my place and waited my turn like everyone else did. I didn't even respond. I just let him talk himself out and then hung up. The thing is, I don't feel guilty about what I did. I gave them 10 years of my life. I modernized their business, brought in major revenue, and asked for nothing but basic recognition and a seat at the table. They chose to cut me out. They made the call that I wasn't good enough, that I was too soft, that I needed to learn my place. They threw away the opportunity to have me as a partner. But now my mom is stuck in the middle of everything, stressed out and crying every time I see her. Some of my extended family won't talk to me at holidays. My younger cousins have been told I'm the villain in this whole story, the ungrateful son who turned his back on family. Last month at my grandmother's birthday, half the room wouldn't even make eye contact with me. So here's where I'm at. I built something successful. I proved I could make it on my own, that I wasn't too soft or too anything. I took the opportunity they literally handed me when they kicked me out. But my family sees it as betrayal. They think I went too far, that competing directly with them crossed some line I shouldn't have crossed. Was I wrong for taking the opportunity they threw away? Or was I finally justified in proving I was never the problem? Did I go too far by building something that directly competed with them? Or did they force my hand when they humiliated me and bet I'd fail?